for that thing make I pull you make sick. That side anyway. If you want make a magic for them, you can put it. Waiting on a password there.
Fox and yes,
You there, that's a password.
you know, I've been savvy and Robbie phone all too. You don't come on it.
The internet okay? Anything at the end next time to me. You hear me?
This man will be going to this one.
Yes, I don't know. Which station? Many pound colleague by interview.
No. The reporter no guys.
You listen to me? You get internet issue, make sense to me. But I want you to watch your screen constant.
Waiting on a Wi-Fi code inside. On a Wi-Fi code.
Why is it promoted?
I don't make money.
Comment c'est le faire? Comment c'est les watch? C'est qui met des côtés à this corner.
Buy from it.
Now the shop you go testing. The shop you go testing.
No, I call it calling number. Say like go street. They ask me the shop.
So,
My shop like Campbell Street.
I'm Muslim. So I'm middle, we cross Charlie Street.
Upside.
You the move. You don't get the way you are.
They're gonna be safe.
My brother.
Three votes. Actually, to be fake.
Oh no, come on, listen. No.
Thank you very
Sweet man. Watch that, give it, smoke it.
Story. Okay, back up.
Ali, cannot do this like one of the palace strike. Let's hold on.
He was lucky. He said they make a pretty situation.
Every 2 years,
Alhamdulillah, we still here.
Oh no.
Huh?
Okay, you get that just like that.
Thank you. Pardon, see no red and red. So I don't have to talk to them. No, let me further do the example, not to the pardon talk. That's guy.
You know the threats and like so if you have to modify but if you persistent one man position like
Education, then that roadblock,
of anything.
Always have because then on the other side they're really talking about but the one of protection where others protect that this is our system and woman we have 52% woman and behind it they are and strong women even though they don't have government don't solve them and know very if they don't that's
I got a concrete career.
I go sit down with the national chairman, like camera people. So people like that, they go with me. Yeah, now I'm close. That's just something that get it fast. So, that's why they can't survive this. No, it's no.
Yeah, Emmanuel. I say, see me, Emmanuel. It continue me like put the land. Now we know more now. Now I don't want it. I mean, as you all have done. I can tell I always say now we know. I didn't see your camera. Now we know. What are the same camera? We don't know camera. Make you only the make. Never can I have it. What the people they say? 2 people they all. I can laugh about that. Yeah. Then this I will get interview. You should also you need nominee there. Oh yeah. Well, no. Therefore, approve them before state review. I think that they're 5. Because if you see they don't approve them, they'll pass September. Because they do state review, and you know.
Thank you.
So I'm not actually a good boy.
I see they get away from get rid of some.
No, say the charge for that.
See life. Eh? See life. See camera. Put some.
How much are they?
Now okay, do na me do. Na you that life dey for go. You dey for go life.
My empty tune at the shoe. How much are they?
This minute this na for future ya oga. This na one more you see. See what you watch. See what you watch. Now. Now what you can cross before the camera. When you can cross before the camera, they say you're not serious. See the one way they watch it first. See it. If I don't know. You might be called someone. Yeah, now the course.
Yeah, big. Now wait low down. Now wait for slow down. I like it. Send me for that.
that's why you've been very integral in Parliament. So I asked at some point in time, I see how central it is.
Ah, we push us left. Oh, Baba, I can't say what you do now. Left, can push us.
Honorable members,
For county itself.
Mr. Speaker,
I wait, Grace.
Honorable members, with the leave of Mr. Speaker, SO 71 has been fulfilled for the business of the House to commence. Prayers.
Prayers. Almighty God, without whose help the world is useless, without whose light such is vain, we thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thine heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our deliberations, and lay aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the results of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name. Amen.
No, left on us.
What the matter with it?
Oh, the company, there's another company right behind you. Well, the company is all right, man. No, you know, I will. Come over, put some pound, post business, so go banana. I go look over. Because all the change. I go. I like you to go. Very only that.
Then they play with the mind.
Mr. Speaker, the time is past 10. I therefore move that we suspend SO 52 so the business is allowed to commence.
Any seconder?
I so second, Mr. Speaker.
What is seconder?
I so second, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The record of votes and proceedings for Thursday, 23rd July 2026.
Honorable members, record of votes and proceedings. Pages 1 to 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. 10. 11. 12.
Mr. Speaker, page 12.
Page 12, yes.
Second to last paragraph under Mr. Speaker's response. It's a minor change, but then also very important. It should be the head of NATCA and not NATCO.
Yes. Mr. Clark, take note. The head of NATCA and not NATCO. Take note. Can the member please move?
I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Can the member please move?
I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Any seconder?
I so second, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Proceed.
The record of votes and proceedings for Thursday, 23rd July 2026 has been adopted as amended. Announcement by Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Ministerial statement on the nationwide consultative meetings on the 2025 Constitutional Amendment Bill by the Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker,
Hold on, Mr. Aiden. Hold on. Please sit down. Honorable members, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice has been summoned to appear before this House to provide an update on the nationwide consultative meetings on the Constitution of Sierra Leone Amendment Bill. The statement is basically to inform the House and the general public on the consultations his office has engaged in since the first reading. Mr. Minister, you may now proceed.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this morning I want us to begin by looking back in order to understand how far we must look forward. In 1991, our nation stood at crossroads. We drafted a constitution that was, at its heart, a peace treaty. It was designed to return the country to multi-party democracy and secure national unity, a foundation of stability after years of upheaval. It served its purpose. But as Attorney General and Minister of Justice, it is my view that a nation cannot forever be defined only by its ability to not fight. Stability, which the 1991 Constitution gave us, is the floor. It is not the ceiling. Under the leadership of His Excellency, President Julius Maada Bio, we have reached a new mandate, and that mandate is economic transformation. We are moving from a constitution of survival to a constitution of prosperity. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I speak to the origins of these reforms because precision matters. The constitutional review process was first agreed to and included in the 1999 Lome Peace Agreement, which we signed with the Revolutionary United Front rebels. The said agreement was ratified in this way as the Lome Peace Agreement Ratification Act of 1999. Article 10 of the said act provided for a revision of the 1991 Constitution. Sierra Leone's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which carried out its mandate from 2002 to 2004, recommended that the 1991 Constitution be revised and that through broad consultations, we get a constitution that reflects the views and aspirations of the people of this country for a peaceful and democratic society. Actualizing these recommendations was first started by the late President Ahmad Tijan Kaba in 2007. It was advanced by former President Ernest Bai Koroma in 2013 and continued by President Julius Maada Bio, who will now take it to completion. It has crossed partisan lines and outlasted the short-term interest of every administration that has touched it. Some things belong not to governments, but to nations, and this is certainly one of them. This reform process belongs to the people of Sierra Leone, whom you, our honorable members of parliament, represent in this sacred house. The bill before you has two, and only two sources. The first is the Justice Edmund Cowan Constitutional Committee Review Report, a product of an 80-member Constitutional Review Committee established by former President Ernest Bai Koroma in 2013, which conducted the most participatory constitutional consultation in Sierra Leone's history. More than 10,000 public consultations nationwide, over 133 stakeholder engagements, over 150 position papers, more than 20,000 hours of airtime, and over 70,000 forms distributed across every district in this country. This was not a government exercise, it was a national one. The proportional representation system, which is one of the proposals before you today, was one of its key recommendations. The second source of this bill is a tripartite report, 80 recommendations developed jointly by the government of Sierra Leone and the All People's Congress Party, engaging every major stakeholder group in the country. Those recommendations represent something rare in our politics. Two parties disagreeing honestly and producing consensus. If anyone tells you that the provisions in this bill are the creation of this government alone, they have misled you. Every provision in this bill can be traced to one of these two sources. But Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the process did not stop there. After the bill was published in the Gazette, we continued to listen. Stakeholders and citizens submitted position papers, raising concerns, proposing amendments, and sharing perspectives. Not every proposal was accepted, but every submission was read, every concern was considered, and the deliberations that followed were genuinely informed by what Sierra Leoneans said. Furthermore, as recommended by our international moral guarantors, a technical team comprising representatives of the government and the All People's Congress convened to examine concerns raised about this bill and to make it better. That committee met, deliberated, and fed its outcomes into the version before this House today. This is not a bill drafted in a room and handed to Parliament. It is a bill tested, challenged, refined, and improved through engagement. Several of my predecessors have done extensive work on this bill. This is a process that I inherited. And on behalf of government, I want to thank them for their contributions to this process and for their service to our nation. So this bill is not partisan. It is generational. I pay tribute to Dr. Emmanuel Gaima, representing the government of Sierra Leone, and Dr. Kaifana Mara, representing the All People's Congress Party, co-chairs of the tripartite process, whose leadership made a consensus in this bill possible. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, to also pay tribute to the Deputy Minister of Justice, Madam Satu Elizabeth Sako, whose unwavering advocacy for a gender-responsive constitution has driven my office to commit publicly and without reservation that all 16 recommendations in the Women's Manifesto, which was put together by a consortium of women's organizations across the country, that these recommendations will be enshrined in a full constitutional package. I make bold to commit before this honorable House and to our nation that we will not fail our women. So as a people, we should embrace this moment as a historic opportunity for democratic renewal in our country. Because this is not merely about legal reform. It is about strengthening the bedrock of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, for more than 20 years, Sierra Leone has been on this journey. A journey that began in the ashes of a devastating civil war, was shaped by the Lome Peace Agreement, informed by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and carried across successive governments and across deep political divides to this chamber today. I rise to commit the Constitution of Sierra Leone Amendment Act 2025 with conviction and without apology to this honorable House. But before I do so, Mr. Speaker, I want to address a question that I know is in the minds of many Sierra Leoneans following this debate. Why is this bill limited to electoral reforms? Where is the rest of the constitutional package? I will answer that question plainly because it deserves a plain answer. The decision to bring electoral reform provisions to Parliament first ahead of the broader constitutional package is not an act of convenience. It is not a political maneuver. It is a principled decision grounded in international best practice and in our solemn obligation to the integrity of Sierra Leone's democratic process. There's a well-established principle recognized by the African Union, by ECOWAS, by the United Nations, and every credible electoral governance body in the world, that electoral laws must be passed or amended well in advance of elections. The rationale is straightforward. Political parties, candidates, civil society organizations, and citizens must have sufficient time to understand new electoral rules, to adapt their strategies and operations to them, and to hold their institutions accountable for implementing them fairly. An electoral law changed at the last minute, or was changed during the electionary process, creates confusion, opens the door to abuse, and fatally undermines public confidence in the electoral process. Sierra Leone's next general elections are on the horizon. If we wait to pass electoral reforms until the entire constitutional package is finished, we risk arriving at that election with outdated rules that this House, the tripartite process, and the people of Sierra Leone have already agreed must change. That is a risk we are not prepared to take with our democracy. The electoral reforms in this bill are not rushed. They are not improvised. They are among the most thoroughly deliberated provisions in the entire constitutional review. Products of the constitutional review processes established by previous governments before now, the tripartite process that brought the government and the APC together for 6 months, engaged in electoral management bodies, civil society, political parties, and communities across every district of this country. This House is not being asked to vote on something new. It is being asked to give legal force to something that has already been agreed. Let me be clear about what this bill does, Mr. Speaker. It introduces the proportional representation system, opening political space for women, for youth, minority voices who have systematically been underrepresented under the first past the post arrangements. It constitutionally mandates a minimum 30% women's quota in political nominations at both national and local levels, a provision already in the Act, and now proposed to be in our country's supreme law. This will no longer be an aspiration, but a fundamental constitutional requirement. This reform process is therefore a conversation about our shared future. It is a blueprint designed to ensure that the 52% of our population, our women, are no longer just silent observers of growth, but the primary drivers of such growth. As we examine the bill before this Honorable House, we must be clear about what we are doing. We are not fixing an election law. We are re-engineering the DNA of Sierra Leonean governance to ensure that women are no longer guests in the rooms of power, but the rightful owners of them. This bill is at its core about electoral reform. But to be even more clear, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in Sierra Leone, electoral reform is gender reform. For over 30 years, the 1991 Constitution has helped shape our democratic journey. But its electoral provisions often created a winner-takes-all environment that was inherently hostile to women. It favored the loudest voices and the deepest pockets, often pushing women to the periphery of political processes. The bill before you today changes the game by requiring political parties to ensure that at least 30% of their nominees at both national and local levels are women. We are moving inclusion from a gentleman's agreement to a non-negotiable legal and constitutional requirement. This, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, is the teeth of our reform. Coupled with the proportional representation system, we are creating a fairer and more professional political space. The PR system reduces the zero-sum, high-friction politics of the past. It allows us to prioritize competence, youth, and most importantly, the 52% of our population. When we strengthen the integrity of our elections through this act, we are directly strengthening the voice of the Sierra Leonean women. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to challenge you to look beyond the ballot box. Why does democratic governance matter for women? It matters because strong economies are built on strong laws. The 2025 electoral reforms are the gateway to the broader new and improved constitution we are building, a constitution designed for economic transformation. We know that when women are present in decision making, public resources work harder. When a woman sits in parliament, she isn't just representing a party. She's representing the female university students who on graduation needs equal pay for equal work, a right we are now enshrining in our constitutional reforms. She's representing the working mother who needs the maternity and family protections we are now strengthening. Democratic governance is the engine, but economic empowerment is the destination. You cannot have one without the other. Let us ensure that when history looks back at 2025 and 2026, it says that this was the moment CNA stopped asking for permission to be equal and started demanding it through the supreme law of the land. The bill also strengthens the governance framework around electoral institutions, improving accountability, independence, and public confidence in the bodies that administer our elections. And it lays the constitutional foundation upon which the rest of the broader reform package, including the transformative provisions on economic rights, education, citizenship, healthcare, and governance will be built. The broader package is coming, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I give this House and this nation the full commitment of His Excellency the President, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, that the passage of this bill is not the end of the constitutional review process. It is a critical and time-sensitive component of it. The remaining provisions, those that go to the heart of our national identity, our social contract, and our vision for the Sierra Leone we are building, will follow in the next phase of this process. With the same rigor, the same public engagement, the same commitment to getting it right that has defined this journey over 20 years. The provisions in this bill on proportional representation, on women's political participation, on electoral accountability have been waiting for this moment for years. The international community, our development partners, and our own people have all said, reform before the next election, not after it. This House has the opportunity to do so today. So I urge every honorable member to vote yes, not for this government, not for their party, not for their party, but for the Sierra Leonean people who participated in this process, who waited for this moment, and who deserve a democracy worthy of their patience. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Attorney General and Minister of Justice, for a well-conceived statement. At this stage, honorable members, I recognize the presence of Sir Jimmy Batulo Songa, I also recognize the presence of Ambassador Usman Yassanechi. I heartily welcome the chairman of the SFPP and the chairman and leader of APC, Elizabeth Sohani. In the circumstances, I urge the leader of the opposition to make a brief statement on the presentation by the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, and the leader of government business, the majority leader and leader of government business. Just brief statements, 5 minutes each. 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, today is a historic day. we are touching the most critical document in this nation. I am confident because I have known Mr. Speaker and he has presided over this parliament for quite a while. He is a man of procedure. He has conducted himself with grace, dignity, and respect throughout. And I am totally confident that he would maintain that standard in the course of this.
I think members of parliament should be clapping more. Thank you very much, leader of the opposition.
So I want to make it crystal clear that the opposition has no doubt in your ability to follow the laws of our country and the constitution of this nation. And Mr. Speaker, from the outset, it will be quite expedient for us to have a clarity of. We know that it is stated in subsection 2 of section 108. But there is a critical aspect there which I want you to pay great attention over. It's the fact that the Constitution insistently said.
Left to you.
Let me just make a quick reference, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Section 108, subsection 2, Mr. Speaker. It says a bill.
Honorable leader of the opposition, this is not a debate.
It's not a debate.
On the matter before this house.
It's not a debate, sir. I just want us.
On what
Yes, no. I just want us to set the pace. Of course, I want to assure you, this debate will be very friendly, very comforting, very friendly and comforting. Yes, it says a bill for an act of parliament under this section shall not be passed by parliament unless the bill part, the bill is supported on the second and third readings of the vote of not less than 2/3 of members of parliament. I underline the word not less than 2/3. And the current composition of this parliament is 149 members. 2/3 exact is 99.33. By the way, I'm an engineer by profession. I normally do differentiation and integration. And it's clear that anything less than 99.33 is less than 2/3 and cannot pass any amendment of the sacred document. So it means for us to touch any clause in this document, we must have 100 MPs. That is why the Constitution did not say 2/3. The Constitution says the bill is supported on the second and third reading by the vote of not less than 2/3. So anything less than 2/3 cannot pass any amendment to this Constitution. I am saying this because we have reposed confidence in the ability of the Speaker to conduct free, fair proceedings in this House. And Mr. Speaker, I want to allay the fears of my colleagues on the other side. We are not against amending the Constitution. We are not against amending the Constitution. We may be against amending certain clauses of this Constitution, but we are not entirely against amending this sacred document. So, Mr. Speaker, with the expectancy that we are going to follow due process, I want to assure you, general public, and colleagues, members of Parliament, that we on this other side are going to be very constructive, combative, and deliberately I install the flag of Sierra Leone on my chest. Today, we are going to prioritize our nation more than our party. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leader of Opposition, Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business.
Osai, Osai, one country, one country. Respect to the paramount chief and salute you. God bless you. This is a unique parliament where we have our traditional rulers are with us. I thank you. God bless you very much. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me say thank you for presiding over us. I know we have, every time, we have talked about how sincere and how loving you are to us. And we have allowed us to persuade the executive.
I want to hear you clapping.
How we have allowed us to make sure that this parliament functions in a very systematic and a democratic manner. I thank you together with your clerk and the team. AG, you have said it all. You have shaping the trajectory of this debate today. You have spoken like a statesman. You have used the political willingness of President Biu for us to change the trajectory of this country. We cannot be captives of bad politics. Today we are talking about parliamentary diplomacy. We are talking about the world. They're doing the interregnum. So many things happen. The only way we can maintain stability as a nation is stated is by the rule of law. And today we are about to amend the constitution to establish authority of state, but to also check how those authorities can be used. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the reason why I call the paramount chiefs Osai or why one country, one people, is for us to have a cohesive nation. And you have elucidated clearly on the point. Women's empowerment, talking about absolute clauses in the constitution, talking about how do we move on. A post-war country like Sierra Leone, what do we do to keep this nation together? So then we debate whether we take the first past the post, the proportional representation system. These are all things that are in the bill today. But for us, we believe putting this nation first is in the interest of everybody. It's in the interest of everybody. Be you APC, be you all of the political parties who are not here. 17 registered political parties. SFPP is just in governance. We SFPP, we have led this country to so many successful, cohesive, and delivered this nation. We have delivered this nation independent. The war, because of bad governance, we had a war. SFPP-led governance. We redeemed this nation. In his blessed memory, President Kaba conducted the free and fair, transparent elections. Using the same provisions, we transfer governance from opposition to governance to opposition. So be it. Today, we are here again, trying to make sure we put this country on the trajectory that this country, to make sure that we have a better Sierra Leone, good for everybody. A better Sierra Leone, irrespective of region, irrespective of tribe, to have a developed nation. And the only way we can do that with a better constitution for all of us. We are not doing it because we are SFPP. We are doing it for the interest of this country. That is why our mantra, one country, one people. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will keep the rest for the debate. I will keep the rest for my concluding statement. I will go clause by clause. Support documents given to you today. By legislation that passed in this house, why we should have A, why we should accept clause B, why we should not accept clause C. These are things we put to the fore. But our interest is to get a consensus document where we meet to the interest of this nation. Mr. AG, I thank you very much unto the General Minister of Justice and your team for putting us through. You did not start this process. But I want to join you to thank the technical team by recommendation made by the moral guarantors. Dr. Richard Conte, thank you. Dr. Rema, thank you. I want to be a Sierra Leonean who can stand tall for the truth, nothing else but the truth. The formula for us is build this nation. It has to be all political parties, whom good policies, whom the paramount chiefs, whom good laws will pass in this house. We make Sierra Leone a better place for all of us. It's not about one political party. It's not about one region. It's not about one tribe. It's about the interest of Sierra Leone. For generations yet to come, to look at us, you are history maker in the good faith of a better Sierra Leone. The Lord bless us all. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. AG and Minister of Justice. Proceed with the bill. Hold on. Let it back. Hold on.
Bills. The Constitution of Sierra Leone Amendment Act 2025. Second reading, committee stage and third reading. The Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I move that the bill entitled the Constitution of Sierra Leone Amendment Act 2025 be read the second time. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this bill seeks to amend the Constitution of Sierra Leone 1991, Act number 6 of 1991, in order to strengthen the country's democratic governance architecture, enhance the integrity, transparency, and independence of electoral institutions, improve constitutional certainty,
Mr. AG, 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, time is past 12. I therefore move that we suspend SO 52 so the business of the powers.
Any second?
I so second, Mr. Speaker.
1991, Act number 6 of 1991. In order to strengthen our country's democratic governance architecture, enhance the integrity, transparency, and independence of electoral institutions, improve constitutional certainty in the electoral process, promote inclusive political participation, reinforce the rule of law, and implement key constitutional and electoral reform recommendations emerging from extensive national consultations. The bill forms part of the government's continuing constitutional reform program aimed at modernizing Sierra Leone's constitutional framework to respond to contemporary democratic realities whilst preserving the fundamental principles upon which the constitution is founded. The amendments also seek to address practical challenges experienced during previous electoral cycles, strengthening institutional accountability and enhancing public confidence in democratic governance. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the proposal to amend Section 32 of the Constitution of Sierra Leone 1991 aims to reform the constitutional framework governing the National Electoral Commission. Firstly, it changes the nomenclature from Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone to National Electoral Commission to reflect the Commission's constitutional status and national mandate. Secondly, it establishes an independent search and nomination committee comprising representatives of the interreligious community, the legal profession, civil society, private sector, organized labor, the media, youth organizations, and women's organizations. The objective is to ensure that the appointments are transparent, merit-based, and reflective of broad national participation rather than sole executive discretion. Mr. Speaker, permit me to also inform this Honorable House that this is a provision that has been subjected to broad consultations following the submission of position papers, but also following extensive engagements between the technical teams constituted by the government of Sierra Leone and the opposition All People's Congress. Such technical team being led by myself as Attorney General Minister of Justice, but benefiting from expertise of other members of government, including the Deputy Minister of Justice, the Solicitor General, the Executive Advisor to the President on Public Reform, Dr. Gaima, but also leaders in the All People's Congress, to name Dr. Richard Conte, Honorable Usman Abdel Tibo, Adi Macaulay Esquire, and several legal representatives. And so as you debate this clause today, we also want to provide additional guidance from these broad consultations as well as from the views of this technical committee, including that the language in this particular clause is strengthened to reflect that processes representing these groups will be directly nominated by these groups before being appointed by His Excellency the President. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the club prescribes minimum education qualifications, professional competence, and integrity requirements for both the Chief Electoral Commissioner and other commissioners of the Electoral Commission. These qualifications are intended to strengthen professionalism, institutional competence, and public confidence in the electoral management body. Finally, the clause introduces staggered tenure for commissioners to preserve institutional memory, avoid simultaneous replacement of all commissioners, and enhance continuity in electoral administration. Amendment of Section 34 relating to Political Parties Registration and Regulation Commission. This clause restructures the appointment process for the chairperson of the Political Parties Registration and Regulation Commission. The principal objective is to enhance the Commission's independence by introducing a search and nomination committee broadly representative of Sierra Leone society. The clause also maintains representation of key institutions, including the National Electoral Commission, Sierra Leone Bar Association, and the Sierra Leone Labour Congress, thereby strengthening institutional collaboration while preserving regulatory independence. The amendment seeks to improve public confidence in the impartial regulation of political parties. Amendment of Section 35 women's political participation. This clause constitutionally guarantees that not less than 30% of a political party's nominees for national and local government elections shall be women. The amendment builds upon CNU's commitment to gender equality and seeks to increase women's participation in governance and political leadership. It demonstrates the government's commitment to inclusive democracy and aligns with regional and international obligations promoting women's representation in public office. As has been stated already, whilst this requirement exists in statute, it is fitting that the same provision or requirement be reflected in our country's supreme law, the National Constitution. Amendment of Section 38, Election of Members of Parliament. This clause introduces several reforms concerning parliamentary representation. It clarifies the authority of the National Electoral Commission, subject to parliamentary approval, to determine the allocation of parliamentary seats. The clause also provides that only the most recent decennial census shall be used in determining the allocation of parliamentary representation, thereby ensuring that seat distribution reflects reliable and nationally accepted demographic data. Importantly, where the final census result is published within 24 months preceding a general election, the new census data will not be used for the purpose of that election. This safeguard prevents late demographic changes from disrupting electoral preparations and promotes electoral stability. The clause further reinforces the constitutional requirement that at least 30% of the party's nominees be women. The repeal of the amended clause, Section 38A of the Constitution. This clause repeals Section 38A of the Constitution. The repeal is intended to remove constitutional provisions that are no longer necessary following the restoration of the permanent electoral framework established by this bill. Amendment of Section 41. This clause permits independent candidates to contest presidential elections. The amendment broadens political participation by recognizing that citizens who are not affiliated with political parties should nevertheless be able to seek elective office provided they satisfy statutory requirements relating to eligibility. The amendment enhances political pluralism whilst preserving safeguards against frivolous candidates. Amendment of Section 42 of the Constitution, Election of President. The clause introduces comprehensive reforms to the constitutional framework governing the election of President. The amendments are intended to provide greater clarity, legal certainty, enhance electoral legitimacy, strengthen judicial oversight of the electoral process, and minimize ambiguity in the declaration of presidential results. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I also must add that this is one clause that has generated significant debate across the country because it now proposes to move Sierra Leone from the 55% threshold, which traditionally has put this country in a position to embark on runoff elections. And so, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, after extensive consultations, including by the technical team, we will propose that this particular clause be reviewed to reflect that the candidate will be declared winner of a presidential election if that candidate pulls a majority vote of 50 plus 1% of the votes cast. This, of course, we note, whilst the proposal does not completely eliminate the chance of a runoff election, it significantly reduces the chance of getting into the runoff, while still ensuring that the president elected to serve his country benefits from majority mandate of the voting populace. The rest of the clause lays out windows within which persons dissatisfied with the elections can file petitions. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we also propose an amendment to Section 39 of the Constitution. It provides that where a president resigns from or is expelled by the political party under which he was elected, Parliament may, by resolution supported by a two-thirds majority of all members of Parliament, remove the president from office. The amendment seeks to balance party discipline with constitutional accountability, ensuring that removal does not occur automatically, but only following parliamentary consideration supported by constitutionally significant majority. Mr. Speaker, the bill also proposes an amendment to Section 54 of the Constitution, which also has to do with party membership for both the President and the Vice President, and by extension an amendment of Section 55, which specifically focuses on the removal of the Vice President. Mr. Speaker, what these proposals seem to accomplish is to ensure that a political party that institutes disciplinary proceedings against the serving president or vice president does not carry the mandate to reverse an election outcome, but that the only procedure by which a president or vice president can be removed from office if they are disciplined by their political party is to trigger the already established provisions in our constitution on parliamentary and judicial oversight. These amendments ensure consistency between the constitutional treatment of the offices of president and vice president while preserving Parliament's constitutional oversight role. The amendment ensures that removal from office occurs only after broad parliamentary consensus, thereby safeguarding constitutional stability and protecting the democratically elected president or vice president. We propose an amendment of Section 74, the composition and election of Parliament. Clause amends Section 74(1)(b) of the Constitution to provide a clearer constitutional framework for election of members of Parliament through a system of proportional representation. The amendment empowers Parliament to prescribe by legislation the number of members of Parliament to be elected under the proportional representation system and the detailed procedures governing nominations, allocations of seats, and the conduct of elections. The principal objective of this amendment is to place the broad constitutional principle within the Constitution, whilst allowing the operational details of the electoral system to be regulated by an Act of Parliament. This approach provides flexibility for Parliament to respond to future electoral reforms without the need for repeated constitutional amendments while preserving the constitutional foundation of the electoral system. This amendment also promotes legislative certainty by clearly distinguishing constitutional principles from matters of electoral administration. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, kindly allow me to say a bit more about this proposal. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as I noted earlier in my statement, this was a proposal first made by the Justice Edmund Kawan Constitutional Review Committee, which in 2017, in its 2017 report, recommended that proportional representation should be included in the revised constitution, and so section 74(1) should be amended to reflect this. Mr. Speaker, government has accepted this proposal. A significant percentage of our country's population has accepted this proposal. But Mr. Speaker, it is always good to benefit from international best practices. Mr. Speaker, the majority of the world's democracies practice some form of the proportional representation system. Matter of fact, more than 130 countries across the world use either proportional representation or a mixed system. Less than 55 of the countries in the entire world use the first past the post system. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, of the 10 ranked countries on the Human Freedom Index of 2024, an index which measures 86 indicators of personal and economic freedoms, 9 of those 10 are countries that use the proportional representation system. Similarly, 9 of the 10 countries ranked or classed as full democracies on the Democracy Index of 2023, which is based on 5 categories: electoral processes and pluralism, the functioning of government, political participation, political culture, and civil liberties. 9 out of 10 of these countries use proportional representation. So there is significant best practice across the world that we can benefit from. But we also note that concerns have been expressed about the challenges with the proportional representation system. And when the technical team got together, comprising representatives of the government of Sierra Leone and representatives of the All People's Congress, but also in consultations with the other registered political parties represented by the All Political Parties Association, APA, it was clear that we can address these challenges that have been identified with the proportional representation system. That is because together we all took note of the benefits of the proportional representation system, noting that it strengthens national cohesion. Because in our current political climate, replete with regional and ethnic divisiveness, proportional representation will help build national cohesion and enhance unity by limiting party strongholds, as parties will have the potential to win a seat anywhere in the country. It restricts the growth of regional fiefdoms because PR systems reward minority parties with a minority of seats. They are less likely to lead to situations where a single party holds all the seats in a region or a district. This can be particularly important to minorities in areas which may not have significant regional concentrations of party supporters. It reduces electoral violence. The proportional representation system has evidently proven to reduce political tension and violence, primarily because it does not create an environment where political parties will clash. In PR systems, by-elections are not held to fill vacant seats in parliament. Vacancies are filled by the next in line on the list of endorsed candidates submitted by the political party. Because this process does not require an election which will bring political parties together to fight for a seat, it helps reduce political tension and violence. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, after the 2018 elections, 2 persons were reportedly killed and dozens of others were seriously wounded in violent clashes during by-elections. Before the 2018 elections, we all recall also what happened with by-elections in Sogam Achigam in Pudong districts, where people were even forced to flee across borders. And noting, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, following the 2023 elections, the Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone has been able to fill several vacancies in Parliament without any political tension or violence. The Commission has also filled several seats at the local council level without political tension or violence. Mr. Speaker, we also note the cost effectiveness for a country like Sierra Leone that has to take difficult decisions on resource allocation. Because in a proportional representation system with no by-election, the PR system proves to be much cheaper in comparison to the first past the post system. This has saved the country significant amount of money that would otherwise be spent on conducting elections. Mr. Speaker, the data with ECSL shows that a parliamentary by-election on average costs 2 million new euros. If you want to understand it better in the context of old loans, it's 2 billion old loans. Whilst a by-election for a councillor will cost this country on average of 600,000 new loans. That's 600 million new loans. A chairperson by-election costs an average of 5,400,000 loans, new loans to conduct. In old loans, that's 5.5 billion in 400 million we're talking about. So in a country that has to take difficult decisions, saving these amounts of money is important. Because for this government, it means we have been able to keep more kids in schools across this country through the free quality education. It means we have been able to provide health care to more pregnant women and lactating mothers across the country. It means governments can invest more in food security and reduce our dependence on food imports. So the PR system is therefore the most cost-effective electoral system suitable to Sierra Leone, but also it is best practice in the majority of the democracies across the world. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to address wastage of votes. Unlike the first past the post system, where a candidate is elected with a small number of votes, leaving all other votes unused, the PR system uses most of the votes cast in determining percentage of seats won. When thresholds are low, almost all votes cast in the PR system go towards electing the candidate of choice. This increases voters' perception that it is worth making the trip to the polling station at election time, as they can be more confident that their vote will make a difference to the election outcome, however small. Mr. Speaker, we have said a lot about how the PR system will also increase women's participation. We proportional representation is much more guaranteed to increase women's political participation, representation in parliament and local councils. With the current legal framework in the Dewey Act and the provisions in Section 58 of the Public Elections Act, proportional representation is best placed to easily implement these legal provisions and yield expected results. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me share some data. Since we enacted the 1991 Constitution, or let's say under this 1991 Constitution, Sierra Leone has held 6 democratic elections. In 3 of these elections, we have practiced first past the post. That is 2007, 2012, and 2018. And in 3 of these elections, we have practiced proportional representation. 1996, 2002, and 2023. The data shows that each time we practice the first past the post system, the percentage of women's representation stays down. And each time we practice the proportional representation system, the percentage goes up. In 1996, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in 1996, with the nationwide PR system, women's representation stood at 6.3%. In 2002, when we applied the proportional representation system again, there was an increase to 14.5%. And then in 2007, we went back to the first past the post system. And the percentage reduced to 14.3%. And then in 2012, when we practiced the first past the post system, the percentage went further down to 12.4%. And then 2018, first past the post, the percentage went further down to 12.3%. And then finally, in 2023, so let's be honest, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, if we are to be informed by data, the data shows that we can show more commitment to increasing women's participation in our political process by agreeing to permanently use the proportional representation system. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we understand that questions have been raised about electoral accountability. And Mr. Speaker, we have made several proposals that will go into legislation on how we ensure that there are sufficient safeguards. Matter of fact, as a technical committee that have consistently referred to comprising representatives of the government and the All People's Congress, the committee has even made further recommendations to ensure that through the proportional representation system, we have safe seats for women. list system, both the A and the B list, to ensure that as part of this system, if a woman, member of parliament, needs to be replaced, that replacement must be a woman. That is the recommendation from the technical committee, made up of representatives of the government of Sierra Leone and the All People's Congress Party. Mr. Speaker,
I came to Parliament without fear. I'm a first party, and I'm coming back.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, moving on, we also propose an amendment of Section 76 of the Constitution, which has to do with qualifications and disqualifications for election of members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, for some time, by way of interpretation of Section 76, our brothers and sisters in the diaspora who remain engaged in Sierra Leone, who continue to make significant investments in this country, have been limited when it comes to political participation. So that is why we propose an amendment to Section 76, specifically the provision that persons, Sierra Leoneans by birth, by implication, Sierra Leoneans by birth, who for one reason or the other hold citizenship of some other country, cannot run for elected office in Parliament. We propose, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that this provision be reviewed and that safeguards be put in place, including the fact that such a person with a citizenship in addition to being Sierra Leonean by birth establishes strong ties to the country, including the proof of payment of local taxes, possibly for 5 years preceding the election, the proof of physical residence in the country, possibly for a minimum period of 24 months, to be allowed to participate meaningfully in the political process in Sierra Leone and being able to run Parliament. Mr. Speaker, under the same provision, we have also proposed that certain categories of public officers whose position require them to resign at least 12 months before being able to run for an election, that period be reduced to 6 months. Section 76. Mr. Speaker,
Okay, that way we're on the same point. No worry.
Mr. Speaker, under this qualification, we have also proposed a list of offences for which, if an individual has been convicted and has served jail time, that those convictions for those offences become disqualifiers to run for Parliament. These include treason, murder or manslaughter, rape or sexual penetration, fraud, corruption, or offences involving dishonesty, elections-related offences, or any other offense carrying a sentence exceeding 12 months. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the amendment preserves the constitutional right to appeal by providing that no disqualification shall take effect until the appeal process has been exhausted or the period for appeal has expired. This strikes an appropriate balance between safeguarding the integrity of Parliament and protecting the constitutional rights of individuals. Having said this, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I wish to move that the bill entitled the Constitution of Sierra Leone Amendment Act 2025 be read the second time.
Thank you very much, Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Honorable members, at this stage, I wish to recognize the presence of our former colleagues that are here this morning in the visit to this house. Let me start by mentioning the name of Honorable Swahilo Kroma, former member of Parliament. Yes, Honorable Uroti Jallo. Honorable Amadou Fofana. Honorable Dauda J.D. Kalon. Honorable Alhaji Ibrahim Kemosisi. Honorable Alusan Alu Conte. Honorable Sachas. You are all heartily welcome to the House of Parliament. Then Honorable Johnson. Let me also recognize the presence of Mr. Robert Kondima, Deputy National Chairman. Yes, I recognize the presence of, another former honorable member, Honorable Usman Aikano, Alpha Khan. I recognize the presence of Honorable Jared Smith. I also recognize the presence of Mr. Mohammed Rabuswari, Minister of Labour and Social Security. I recognize the presence of Dr. Emmanuel Gaima. I recognize the presence of Dr. Richard Conte. I recognize the presence of Mr. Lansana Kumbuya, National Security. I recognize the presence of Mr. Dr. Kefana Mara, Chief. I recognize the presence of Mr. Usman Aikanu, Solicitor General. Madam Tina Bindu Ebenda, the Administrator General. presence of Mr. Daniel D. Kaitabi, Executive Director. I recognize the presence of Madam Zainal Mosiri, Electoral Commissioner, Western Region. Oh, I recognize the presence of a strong lady, Madam Hawa Kori, National Women. I recognize the presence of Madam Masala Samba, Executive Director. I recognize the presence of Mr. Ngoloti Kata. Mr. Ngoloti Kata, where is it? You're welcome. For now. Honorable members, the question is that the bill entitled
if we carefully look around today, we can hardly find those that were here in the rainy season of 1991. They made history, and we are going to make history too. What we are going to do today is to put Sierra Leone first. And I don't see regions, I don't see tribes. I was born in the western area to a father from Mambolo Chiefdom, Kambia district. My mom was born in Port Loko district. I started schooling in the western area, schooled in Bombali district, schooled in Kailaon district, lived in Kalema district, schooled in Bo district. And in Bo district, I met friends from Budong, Bon, Moyamba, and even Kabbalah district. I am a Sierra Leonean.
On 1st
July 1991, Parliament passed the 1991 Constitution. September 24th, 1991, it was assented by the President. October 1991, it commenced. So, they did their best to bring this document. Like the AG said, it's not the ceiling, it's the foundation, and it's that foundation we are tasked to deal with today. Mr. AG, I want to thank you very much, together with your team, for bringing this journey this far. And I want to assure you that we'll all walk out of this room as proud Sierra Leoneans.
You know, presidential candidate will debate nationally.
You're trying to solve problems. especially with 32-3. I have people talking about sole executive power. The intention is a good one. But I'm afraid, let's don't try to solve the problem and open up more problems. Because when I look at the list that we have, in terms of those that are going to form this committee, I'm worried. What if some of these groups that will eventually be listed cease to exist? Who makes the final decision to determine who should belong to that particular committee? So really, Mr. AG, you have to convince me to some point that we can be fine with this. Otherwise, I see no problem with our current provision.
Yes.
The only problem we experience in this world, the only problem we've experienced in this world has been the issue of consultation. That meaningful dialogue of good faith. That's what we've experienced. So if the problem you are trying to solve of sole executive powers will open up more problems to ensure that we have political hotbeds in some of those institutions, I'm afraid we have to keep the current provision and then define consultation. You see, we've used 32-3, or with 32-3, we've seen power moved from SLPP to ABC. Nobody complained. From ABC to SLPP.
Everyone complains. They complain.
Complaints all over the place. But again, in the name of national cohesion, in the name of national unity, inclusive politics, AG, let's go back to the current provision and keep consultation and ensure that it's a structured dialogue with good faith to ensure that we nominate the right people. I know people haven't talked about that much, but I'm worried about an example that's already set in Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, age is very important in terms of determining sometimes how qualified somebody is. But at the same time, competence, integrity, and of course, knowledge also matter. When you look around Africa, there are some countries, Nigeria, Liberia, Namibia, and others. When it comes to the Electoral Commission, they have a minimum threshold in terms of age. If we look around the sub-region, it's only Sierra Leone that created a ceiling of 65 years. So the question is, or the fundamental question is, why do we want to limit a qualified person full of knowledge and experience because they are 65? Even to become a president, you must attain the minimum threshold. You attain the age of 40 years. You go to Liberia, an ordinary commissioner, you start by an ordinary commissioner can at the age of 35 upwards. So I'm bringing it here. Let's rethink because we are the people. We are not always right, but we take the risk in terms of taking the lead. Not only to lead by example, but lead by good example, so that the Sierra Leonean spirit will prevail. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to commend the Attorney General on behalf of the government for taking the realities that we achieved from the GIWI Act to the Constitution in terms of protecting women's empowerment. We jubilated the passing of the women of the GIWI Act, but I think the women need more. I'll attempt to talk a little bit for them because I know we have strong and competent women who will make their case set. But again, I want to commend you on that. We'll move from just allowing that aspect to be in an act, but now in the Constitution. And I strongly believe, I have that feeling that the women are going to demand more than 35%. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, clauses 4A and B are very simple and straightforward, self-explanatory. These are all just preparatory events for us to have better elections. I think the AG did very well on that. But I just want to go to C and D. It talks about the decennial census. Up-to-date data is very important for credible elections. We don't have to do things in a rush. But I strongly believe with this provision, when we have recent data published 24 months before data, it prevents so many things. Political manipulation that die in minutes, gives the Electoral Commission the opportunity to clearly define boundaries, and then of course elevate the election preparedness. So I think that's a provision we have to take, because it's very important that the institution charged with the responsibility of conducting our election have ample time to gauge the political measurement and of course the political competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, you see, I can't stop thanking the AG for the good work.
Landed AG.
And in fact, I think I must extend that to his predecessors. Again, today we think Sierra Leone. Active participation and total involvement. It is not an SLPP affair, but it's an all Sierra Leonean affair. So to the predecessors, I extend sincere thanks to you for the hard work that you put into this one. At least he is fortunate to be here to push this journey this far. It's clear in our constitution. You can pursue, an individual can pursue the presidency. But you must do that under an organized political institution. I don't know, AG, if you've thought about the kind of box we are going to open by allowing this independent candidate. It's scary. The majority of our democracy is still low to accommodate independent candidates for the position of presidency. Yes, it is their right. It is. But then we are open the room for personal or ego politics. We are opening the room to weaken party discipline. We'll have instances wherein when somebody fails to secure nomination from a party, the next thing that person will do, and they will run against this party. That's right. So you see, I support political participation at all levels, but political participation to the highest office, the highest executive office, must really be checked. How are we going to determine who is really capable to be an independent candidate? The PPRC is doing well to ensure that they go through the financial records and all other records of the political parties. It's going to be a tall order in doing that for independent candidates. Mr. Attorney General, I think it's something we really have to think about again. Now, I heard the voices in the room when the AG spoke about the threshold. I know we are traditional people. We cling to the things we're used to, the things that we are comfortable with. But sometimes we have to open up. In this new era of responsibility, we also have to be innovative in our thinking. We have to adjust to the current trends. So what we are saying here, if you elect a president from 50 plus 1, that president already secured the confidence of half of the electorate. Why do you need a supermajority? Why do you need a supermajority? Some kind of an extra hurdle. 50 plus 1 wins the hearts and minds of more than half of the public. We don't need them. Talking about the 20%, we are not in a federation, Mr. Attorney General. I think that might work well in a federation where you expect the 2/3, the 20%, 2/3 from whatever electoral district. No. Let's reduce the political violence, reduce other unnecessary political tensions. Let's save costs from runoff. There are other challenging developmental issues we have to pay attention to. AG, when we look at page 9 under the clauses 7G8, I'm sure the intention there was 7 days, because I see 3 days, but the intention there was 7 days. I want to believe so. Because 3 days would not be enough to put together petition papers to file into appeal. So I strongly believe that might be some kind of oversight or typo. But again, if that's the case, I submit that we bring it to 7 days, because I think the candidate or whosoever the aggrieved person will be in a better position to do their homework in order to file a strong petition to make their case. Clause 14. You see, the question before us is not whether Sierra Leoneans must have 1 or 2 citizenship, or 1 or 2 passports. The question is whether a Sierra Leonean who has lawfully acquired citizenship in another country must be denied serving his country through government or parliament just because they acquired that nationality, that citizenship. Mr. Speaker, that will be very difficult to justify. It will be very difficult to justify. Listen, let's look at the contribution. The AG highlighted the contribution of the diaspora. So are we saying it is okay to spend your money? It is okay to send your money to your people there. It is okay to bring investment to this country. It is okay to help the community. But then it's not okay to serve your people in parliament.
Everyone clap.
Dual citizenship is a legal status. It's not a sign of divided loyalty. It's not a sign of 2 hearts. We must not confuse the possession of another passport to be hatred for Sierra Leone. They might have gone out there as a result of brain drain, but when they return, it will be an issue of brain gain. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Members, they are Sierra Leoneans. Let's give them an opportunity. If it's okay for them to invest in this country, if it's okay to send remittances, if it's okay to support their communities, I think it's also okay for them to serve as member of parliament and also bring Again, it's not going to be a blank check, Mr. AG. Of course, there must be safeguards with that. And I believe that will come up as we progress. There are some other issues that you really clarified that I won't belabor on. Of course, the amendments in 43.1 and 43.2, of course, they're all well in place. But then I want to draw your attention to clauses 11 and 12, wherein you said the president or vice president. You explained the point clearly, but I think in clause 11, we have to remove the area of president, because when you look at the amendment itself, 54 is talking about the vice president. So we have to be very consistent there. Then again, the wordings in clause 12, wherein following his resignation or expulsion from the party. I know, yes, it's about expulsion. But again, if we, even in our constitution, the 1991 constitution, I think you can hardly find the word expulsion there. We talk about his removal. So I just want you to consider that as well, because expulsion will be, yes, maybe that's the intention to send a strong signal, but then I think it will be too strong to survive there. The issue of 6 months. That issue is not new in this parliament. It came here before. We responded to it. And it's here again. We respond to it. The son of a soldier from Cambia district, I recommend that we stick with the 12 months. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, AJ, I want to draw your attention to page 16. I think just before section 15, clause 15, where you mentioned the Local Government Act 2004. I think we'll move beyond that 2004 Local Government Act. Pay attention to that as well. I think we have to incorporate the most recent one. Then I thank you for the reconsideration to expunge the entrenched clauses 15 and 16. I think they are on the right track. Again, the professionalism of the military and the police will be welcomed by every level-headed Sierra Leonean who wants the betterment of this country. So, and it's our responsibility to ensure that we help this election management body to be as professional as possible. I also welcome that particular those particular provisions. I want to draw now under the consequential clauses. There is something that struck my attention in, I think on page 21. You see, there is a continuous mention of 5th schedule. 3A issued is successful candidate certificate of election in Form D set out in the 5th schedule. We have to be specific. Because if you look at the Constitution, it doesn't have a 5th schedule. And the 5th schedule of the Public Elections Act that you have currently understand is only A, B, and C, and D. But again, if we want to make our point very clear, we have to be specific. 5th schedule of what specific legislation? Let's pay attention to that particular aspect. Now I come to the elephant in the room. You know, I've had so many analysts on radio, TV, and some other places talking about the proportional representation. You see, the true measure of an honorable member is not about his electoral boundaries. It's about his legislative capacity, his representation, and his advocacy. And today, we're still here being haunted by the ghost of the 1978 Constitution, positioning MPs as those who take development to the people. But today, I will say it clear here. Let's stop deceiving our people. Under first past the post, the traditional role or the fundamental role of a member of parliament is to make laws, represent and oversight. Under proportional representation, they are the same role. What has changed? Only MPs who want to judge their people, use proportional representation as an excuse. They use it as an excuse. Take Western area for example. 16 members of parliament, we all have collective responsibility as district representatives. If you bring problem to me, I can't solve it. You have an option of 15 other members of parliament. It forces dialogue. It forces dialogue. I hear the criticism, the people don't know who represents them. It's not an issue of the electoral system. It's an issue of civic education. It's an issue of civic education. NEC and other bodies can educate the members on who their members of the public on who their members of parliament are. MPs don't have offices and all of this, but this is the people's house. The oath we took here, we never took that oath to only go and represent the constituency. We represent If members fail to engage their constituents, their districts, it's an issue of internal party measures to create strong accountability measures. Let's not use it as an excuse. The Constitution does not reduce the role of MPs to take local development projects. MPs take loans to go fund these development projects and we end up dying poor.
And they know it's true. They are not telling this one. Clap, you know it's true. You know it's true.
The executive and the local councils, they take.
Zenith.
We used to have
Zenith one.
Brought their future to the present.
Yes. Yes, it's true. You know it's true. I don't clap.
They are observing doing this job that is not our job. Why are we using this cost of 1978 to outdo our opponents and we keep suffering inside? That's the problem we have here. Like for most MPs now, they don't even reside in the constituencies they were before. During first past the post, I resided in 28 Eyebrow Street, Moray Town. Under proportional representation, I'm still there. They come in the morning, they meet me, I solve their problems, whatever I can, humanitarian problems. But at the same time, you understand, I never cease advocating for them. And today in Moray Town, we're again one of the best roads in Western area. I thank the government. So what we have here is this. The question, the fundamental question we have is this. Which system promotes national cohesion? Which system promotes national unity? Which system creates one Sierra Leone? I hope I'm not shouting. You see, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker, I hear the criticism all the time that the political parties have so much power. The political parties make the decision for the people. I disagree with that. Political parties are very important, of course, in political competition because they set the policy. They set the direction. But guess what? The people just don't nominate somebody who goes to the ballot box. If first past the post, proportional representation, the party sends the nominees there. And the sovereign decision to vote those people is in the hands of the electorate. They make the decision. So who's making the decision here? We have to be very sincere here. So, finally, honorable members, Sierra Leone has made remarkable progress and sticking together after the dark years of the Civil War. That makes us a unique people, a resilient people. We don't want to go back to the dark days of history. Let's build institutions that promote inclusion rather than exclusion. And for this reason, Mr. Speaker, I humbly submit and close at this juncture that it's only the proportional representation that will return Sierra Leone to its past glory, that will unite Sierra Leone, that bring us all together. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Well done.
Why not? Oh, no. Well done.
Honorable Daniel Krumah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is indisputable that today is an historic day. As the historians write, they will pay special attention to the proceedings of today. Because a day to shape the future of this country. And we on this side will do so with no partisan politics. During the board declaration, I learned a physiology which from my primary school days to the date of the board declaration, I thought otherwise. Only from that day, I learned that particular physiology. I used to say, the phrase to say, you disagree to agree is the correct phrase. Let us disagree to agree. That was my understanding. But thank God for Dr. Banadel Lahai. She was present. Dr. Abbas Mundu was present. And after some heated arguments, the professor of English, Honorable SPB, our former speaker, was consulted. And they all agreed that the correct phrase is you disagree to agree. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want that modus to be established in our minds, our mindsets. Agree to disagree. Agree for me to disagree with you. And then you agree for me to disagree. I agree for you to disagree. So at the end of the day, we will be tolerant. And we will put Sierra Leone first. I want to use this opportunity to thank the Attorney General, the Minister of Justice. I saw the passion in you. You made history, of which nobody can take it from you. Today is your day. I also want to recognize my comrade, Mohamed Pouf Kamara. Mohamed Pouf Kamara. He murdered his sleep last night. Just to ensure Sierra Leone get the best. He did not go there on behalf of his party. He went there on behalf of Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we are here to amend the 1991 Constitution. The 1991 Constitution, in my opinion, has outlived its usefulness based on current trends. But what I observe is that the amendment before us is just like scoring 1 or 2 political points and then it's done. When you make law laws to serve you, just you, and you forget the future, then it's dangerous. When that law is your servant, you will be the happiest. But the day that law becomes your master, you will regret everything. I was expecting a total repeal and replacement of the 1991 Constitution. There are so many current trends based on human rights, based on international best practice, that we need to incorporate. But now, I saw maybe just 2 scores. The rest are just addendum. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I can best liken this to when I was taking my O-level exams. I struggled for 10 years to get my requirements. But I never gave up. But you know what happened? Just for me to get English language, I will add economics, I will add government, I will add history. But I wanted only one. That was English language, that's all. That's what I see here in this scheme. But because human beings, we are unpredictable. So until we do so, I will still make my point because I cannot predict your hearts, your minds. The Search and Nomination Committee will have the mandate to nominate representatives of their various organizations or groups. And once those groups are nominated, that group that is called the committee. That committee now will nominate like three nominees. Under PPRC and under ECSN. They will nominate 3 nominees for appointment of His Excellency the President. But the issue now is, the President has the power to refuse all. He has the power. And nobody can take it from him. He has the power to refuse all. Yes, fine. But what was not provided for now is that in the event the President refuses all 3 nominees, what happened? So on that note, we cannot do drafting here. We can just agree in principle. The drafting can be done by the Attorney General's office. But in the event President decides to reject all 3, he may be tempted after that rejection by using urgency, by using other justification to do his own appointment on his own. Because you did not give me what I wanted. So we'll use the model stated in section 106 and 107 of the 1991 Constitution. That is in respect of passage of bills. Not all of that model, but for purpose of drafting, In this case, we can use Section 106 and Section 107. Under those provisions, Parliament, under Section 105, has the supreme legislative authority to make laws. But the President is part of Parliament, so it's part of that legislative authority. So the procedure is once we pass the third reading, we now present it to His Excellency for his assent. But he has the power to reject it. So if he chooses to exercise that power, then the Constitution says he must give reasons. He must give reasons. So with those reasons, for this one, we cannot go to the next. But for Parliament, when His Excellency gives reasons, we present those reasons in the way here. So we are not at liberty to accept his reasons or to ignore him. Say, well, that if you say you are not accepting, that's your business. As far as we are concerned, we are proceeding with the provisions. We have that power. But by then we need 2 thoughts. But we are not going to that extent. For purpose of drafting, we need to make provision in the event he rejects all 3 nominees for both PPRC and the ECSL. There must be provision for him to give reasons. And at the same time, renomination of new people still lie with those institutions. It must be stated. Renomination must continue to lie with those institutions. Let's say, for instance, SLASH. If SLASH is part of those groups, the first nominee of SLASH is rejected. Or when they are there, the first 3 they are rejected. The nomination should be done by the same SLASH. Not His Excellency the President using urgency or emergency to just say appoint anyone he feels like. So assuming we go with his suggestion, then this one, I will follow the queue. But since man is unpredictable, this is my point for you to take notes. In the event of any change of mind, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I always say this. I'm proud to be a man of the spirit. A man of the Holy Spirit. A man of the Holy Spirit. A man of the Holy Spirit. Because the God I serve is a spirit. The God I serve is a spirit. And if you want to worship him, you worship him in spirit and in truth. When I look at your faces, right now, I can discern how the spirit of discernment, and I can see disappointed faces. I can discern disappointed faces right now. Disappointed because if you don't belong to the camp of our revered chairman of the SNPP, Mr. Martin, you stand up to listen. This is reality. That is one of the disadvantages of PR system. Nothing is hidden.
Hold on, Honorable.
This is not speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniel Kumar. Honorable members, I recognize the presence of the Honorable Alusai Kane. I also recognize the presence of Honorable Kefala Conte. Honorable Conte. I recognize the presence of Mr. Joseph Fitzgerald Kamara. I recognize the presence of Mr. Ali Macaulay. I recognize the presence of Mr. Sidi Yaya Tunis. I recognize the presence of Mr. Balogu Kruma. I recognize the presence of Mr. Sori Suleiman Sise. I also recognize the presence of Mr. Mohammed Hope Kamara. I recognize the presence of Madam Judith B. Kose. I recognize the presence of Madam Haja Adama.
But in the words of SBD, say to thyself, be true. Let me make this statement. But as you reply, to thyself, be true. One. Just true or false. One. During the hello, am I protected? During the SLPP low level elections, which was concluded very well. Well done. Well, let me ask you this question. That there were people who came first in the primaries but ended up getting the wrong numbers, and they are never members of parliament. True or false? To thyself be true.
Don't prepare for this.
You came first. They come first in your primaries. But at the end of the day, you were given the wrong number. You are placed in the wrong side of the list. And as a result, some of those people are no longer in peace. That is one. I will start with the second. The same answer, true or false?
Every party get no interjection. Every party get intra-party.
During the SLPP lower level elections, which was successfully completed, tell me true or false that those lower level elections were conducted based on the consistency system, not their system. True or false?
For every political party, they have their own intra-party mechanism. So if you want to interfere referring to us, you should quote our rules of regulations that say, patient please. You cannot refer to us that we have internal dynamics, we have our neck, which is responsible, is in between conferences, is the administrative organ of our party. So if you want to get us, cite, quote, our rules and regulations were passed in the Supreme Court to enhance transparency and accountability in intra-party democracy. So please, if you are referring to our internal party democracy, I'm expecting him to quote the provisions. I hate to interject when we speak, but when you refer to our party rules and regulations, you must know because it passed through the rudiment of the court. And so submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
I don't want to open this to a debate. I was even going to tell the leader of government business to ignore.
Thank you,
please.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Ignore and take notes. Take notes. Please. Thank you very much, leader.
Thank you, Mr.
To see you have a good electoral.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in fact, on that note, going forward, I may be tempted to make an application for contempt of court by the leader of government business. But the Supreme Court rules that going forward we use peer system. But you use constituency system, even in the name of offices. They are called constituency chairman, ward chairman, ward secretary, constituency secretary, constituency secretary, constituency. It is against the judgment passed by the Supreme Court. What a crime! Mr. Speaker, honorable members, previous speaker, my MP from the Western Urban, and even the learned Attorney General, my brother for life, he made mention of two scenarios. Since the birth of democracy in this country, he referred us to two scenarios. One scenario is the PF system under which we've got 3 elections. Another scenario is first past the post system under which we've also have 3 elections. But did you avert your mind, Mr. Speaker, to the reasons why? The PR of 1996 was a crisis management. The PR of 2002 was a crisis management. Crisis management.
Not to law.
2002.
Not to law.
It is law. In fact, I agree. In fact, I like that. It's law. I like that. It is law, sir. It is law. And that law is so good. That law is so good that it makes provision in times of crisis, so you can have an alternative. It's very good. Which this bill is attempting to keep now. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, at the end of 2002, the crisis vanished based on the astute leadership of our late president, Ahmed Tijani Kabara. May his soul rest in peace. He's one of the best presidents Sierra Leone can boast of in this country. He's one of them. He ended the crisis. And then we had a sign of relief. Now that the crisis is gone, let us go now to the standard. The standard. And what was the standard? 38. We went to 38 in 2007, the next election. And since then, there was no crisis that can justify a change from the standard to alternative provision. There was no crisis. It was enough. There was Ebola. That Ebola crisis would have been used out of bad faith. It would have been used out of bad faith to go to PR to favor the then government. But His Excellency, Dr. Nesbai Koroma, had no bad faith.
Additional 1 year. No, yeah. It take 11 years.
I'm talking of justifying the effect of Ebola to adopt PR system. So because of Ebola, I cannot get consequences. Therefore, I revert to PR system.
Additional 1 year.
It will have been used by him, but he refused.
Additional 1 year.
Mr. Speaker,
I said just additional 1 year.
Honorable members.
11 years to take.
There's a provision for independent candidates. Independent candidates. You on this side, let me tell you now. The implication of independent candidates. Independent candidates can be used
Talk to them.
in our strongholds to fund deviance against our party, not to win, but to reduce our votes. So for some people, no sooner they lose the opportunity of getting the flag bearer symbol, immediately they choose to go as independent candidate, not to win, but to prove that it's either me or nobody. So if this must stay, I'm not saying it will stay, but if it must stay, then there must be a caveat. It must be a caveat that that person must not be a member of a registered political party for a number of years. If it must stay. But the reason for independent candidate is failure to get the symbol. That is the principal reason. And it is a protest action. It is a protest action. Assuming it stays, hello, assuming it stays, then that person must not have been a member of any registered political party for a number of years. That is one. That is one. But there is also another unjustifiable provision regarding financial capacity. How do you define financial capacity? How do you define it? Okay, define financial capacity. Or will you define financial capacity in figures? Say, well, you must have got an account to your credit not less than $200,000. You want to use figure? You cannot, because it becomes more complicated. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have seen leaders of today who were selected from their farmhouses, and they were asked to lead them as paramount chiefs, as section chiefs, as town chiefs from their farms. The people will say, yes, what you, hey, boy, no, your money, oh. Say, just accept the money you forget. We go fund you. That's why I get the best leaders. But tying leadership aspiration to financial capacity, except tell me figure. If you cannot tell me figure, then that must be withdrawn immediately. I sense, for that I cannot land, but I'm still flying. I saw some form of bad faith or mistake. Bad faith or mistake. Regarding
the spirit man.
Not the spirit man, man of the spirit. I sense in my spirit that it may be out of bad faith, very bad faith, or maybe mistake. Regarding time for aggrieved parties of presidential election result to petition. It used to be 7 days. But this bill is saying 3 days. How dare you? Is it bad faith or a mistake? I hope it's a mistake. If it is bad faith, then that provision will not pass there. It will not pass. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I sense in my spirit another bad faith or mistake.
Those fear.
Another bad faith or mistake. It is part of this bill that election-related offences is enough to disqualify a candidate from contesting for an electable position. Let me repeat that. My leader seems to be in doubt. Let me repeat it.
Louder.
Let me repeat, sir. With your permission, sir. About to you, sir. Let me repeat. In this bill, My first lady. My first lady of SNPP. You are welcome, man. I said first lady of SNPP. And mother of the house. Not first lady of Sierra Leone. Although you are in potential. How can you use election-related offences as a ground for disqualification to be member of parliament, to be councillor, to be district chairman, to be mayor? Can you define election-related offence? Who interprets election-related offence? Who interprets? Okay, let me warn you. The day I come to power, and when I say I mean the ABC. Amen. And then you insist that position must remain. You will regret for the rest of your life. So be warned. SO2 is your treatment, and they take it to court for election-related offence. They give me my license and they take you to court for election-related offence, and I'm in charge. I know. I'm sure you know what that means. I'm in charge. As man of the spirit. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, a very dangerous provision. Dangerous provision. 50 plus 1. 50 plus 1 is a dangerous provision. In fact, June 17, it is not 50 plus 1%. No. June 17 white paper. If it was in percentage basis, the best phraseology would have been 51. If it was in percentage basis, the best phraseology, the best wording would have been 51%. But it says 50 plus 1. 1. Plus 1. By whatsoever means. If you give me that law as APC in charge, you are there. So because of that, we cannot allow. Because we have a Sierra Leone. We are not here for APC, we are not here for SNPP, we are here for Sierra Leone. And we are here to determine the disadvantages and to deserve the lecture time. We on this side. We on this side. Oh, spiritual. Together with the blessing of my revered leader, the Honorable Abdul Kadir. We are speaking to 55%. But the following reasons. We are sticking to 55% for the following reasons. And I'm sure you'll be convinced. Number one. Since Adam and Eve, to date, under our first past the post system, using 55%, it is not possible for any political party to get 55% without national coverage. You cannot get 55% in just one region. It is not possible, sir. It is not possible, man. Mr. Speaker, it is not possible. 55% must have national coverage. You must get good percentage in other regions. And based on that, I can even give references. What the first was the post system during our former president's reign, Dr. Nesbai Gorman. We won a seat in Kaidao. Somebody say Kaidao. From that time, under the same first past the vote, under His Excellency Dr. Nesbai Gorman, Falaba won a seat in Falaba. Somebody said Falaba. SNPP won a seat in Falaba, and then APC won a seat in Kaidao. We won another seat in Moyamba. We won a seat in Kwalo. So what is broken? What is broken that you have to fix? What is broken that you want to fix? Under the same first past the post system, SNPP won one seat in Togonidi. In 2007. I actually to be in Togonidi for years. I was in college. I finished my exams, but I chose to stay for another 2-3 months. Under the first past the post system, SNPP won a seat in that same Togonidi. The Honorable Mr. Bamafara Bendubu Jallo, the Honorable Pardon Chief now, he won a seat as an MP, not as Pardon Chief. He won a seat. Nothing wait, Kalam. Then our revert deputy speaker. Won a seat in Western Alba. True or false? At the time, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I am, through your leadership, Mr. Speaker, through your leadership, I have over 25 position papers. 25 position papers. Why know why? What I will do, in the interest of progress, I will limit my intervention to only three. But that 3 covers the entire scenario. And I will ask you a question. You answer me yes or no?
No, nobody there.
Who answer?
Nobody. I need lectures. I have only lectures. And that's speaking the end of granting
Interreligious Council for Sierra Leone, Interreligious Council of Sierra Leone. True or false? I will ask this question. Or I make a statement.
What's not the question?
The statement is, this council comprises of both Christian and Muslim populations in this country. True or false? My second question. My second question. You answered in the affirmative, not to true, not so. Fine. My second question. So warn you now. My second question, and the answer will warn you. Let me repeat the first question. My second question.
I'm responding to other two.
Hello. My second question. this group of Muslims and Christians in Sierra Leone, they form over 90% of Sierra Leone population. True or false? And therefore, Interreligious Council of Sierra Leone is the biggest constituency. True or false? So now let me warn you. But what you are about to do is a suicide. That biggest constituency that is indisputable has presented few statements as follows. Just 3 bullet points. I will not read the entire. Mr. Speaker, with your leave. However, I will limit it to paragraph 2. The title of paragraph 2 says reflection on the proportional representation of the PR and part of inclusive reform. I will read it again. Reflection on proportional representation here and back to inclusive reform. Now they gave their views as follows. Say, however, PR also presents. Sorry, sir, which one? PR also presents notable challenges in Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone context.
Mr. Speaker, I don't need anything to talk about. But if you want to refer to us, we should start from the beginning.
Mr. Speaker, you know that's not correct. He has the right to exercise his discretion on where to read.
They did not read law. When they have read law, that's what we call relevance. You are trying to read abstract introduction, this and that. That's what we call relevance. So I will read the relevant portion. Number 1, it can weaken the direct link between voters and their elected representatives. Your biggest constituency is speaking now. Number 2, it may confuse voters due to its complexity. The words of your biggest constituency for State House. Number 3, it risks party elites. It leads party elites dominating the candidate list, limiting grassroots accountability. I have said this, and some of you are victims. In fact, I know of one, I will not name names. But he survived by anything magic, anything like. The person knows himself or herself, I will not name names. Anything like. But now, your biggest constituency for State House that will vote for you for State is saying PR is not good. So it's up to you to listen to your biggest constituency or to just ignore them. That's what we, if you are boss, he will see you. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I did some research, on what constitutes parliamentary process or processes. I did some research. What constitutes parliamentary processes in terms of voting. Somebody say voting. What constitutes parliamentary processes in terms of voting in parliament. Voting in parliament. On this particular issue, the governing law is Section 108. On this particular issue, the governing law is Section 108, subsection 2B. And you know what it says? I don't want to waste time on that. It says the bill. Section 108, it says the bill. Subsection 2, paragraph B. The first one, the bill. Mr. Speaker, after I did some research, I was able to lay hands of the last election results for the removal of the Auditor General, Lara Telopias. I was able to lay hands. Once I read, I can furnish you with a copy, sir. For allow me to read and then I will furnish you. For transparency. For your perusal. It says, by the then Clerk of Parliament, Honorable Paran Umar Tanwali. So voting was done with your lips, sir. The voting was done by secret ballots. And the roll call for honorable members to cast their votes was done by Mrs. Kema Sampaka in alphabetical order. Next, the announcement of election results. The Clerk of Parliament, Paran Umar Tanwali, announced the result as follows. Listen very well. Announce the result as follows. The ayes. For information, those who are not familiar with parliamentary practice, ayes means the yes. So I will use the yes instead of the ayes. For your understanding and the understanding of the public. The yes, 100 votes. The nays, in other words, the no's, N-O, no. 36 votes. Now listen very well. The no's, 36 votes. Void, 1 vote. And then abstention, abstinence. Somebody say abstinence. 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 0. Mr. Speaker, what does this imply? It implies, if I would have no objection, that abstinence is part of the voting process. That is why it was recorded. Abstinence is part of the voting process of parliamentary voting. That was why the Honorable Paran Umar Tanwali, former Clerk of Parliament, recorded it as 0. Why it was recorded. And it was used in the calculating the 2/3 majority. Somebody say 2/3 majority. 2/3
I'm the voice of over the mic. The voice of over. I don't give me a bad.
Mr. Speaker, under Section 108, the importance of Section 108, subsection 2, paragraph B, is so important. It's so important that I'm here to prove to you that even absenteeism cannot affect the proceedings. And I will show you how. Even if some members are absent, we can still go ahead.
This is procedure lectures.
So if absenteeism does not stop the process, as long as the affirmative threshold is satisfied, then you cannot say abstinence will affect. It cannot. But I will start with absenteeism. Somebody will ask me for the source. Somebody will ask me, say, tell us the source. I will tell you the source and you follow me. Type, go to Google and type, do absentees count? Do absentees count? In parliamentary voting process, do absentees count?
You have not said anything.
The answer is yes and no. And I will tell you how. Yes and no.
Are you preparing our mind?
Mr. Speaker, with your leave. Absentees are included in determining whether the constitutional threshold has been reached, because the threshold is based on the total valid membership of parliament. However, an absent member contributes no affirmative votes. An absent member contributes no affirmative votes. You cannot vote when you are not here, and we don't allow proxy. Now let me tell you.
Mr. Speaker, 38. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on SO 38. And I want you to give us your ruling if we are going to continue that trajectory. Because 38 is saying no honorable member should take the floor for more than 30 minutes. 45. I'm just asking if that's the trajectory you want us to take.
Well done, business.
I am steadfast.
Leader approach me, the leaders approach me. Let's proceed, Honorable Daniel Kruma.
Mr. Speaker, have you taken a ruling on my?
Yes, I've spoken. Honorable Chief Whip has spoken to the leaders, and it is agreed that we will debate for up to 7 p.m.
No, that's what I'm saying. Because I don't want a situation where our members will get up here to talk and they are treated like that.
No limit. No limit. I'm not imposing any limit to any speaker. But at 7 p.m. prompt, the leaders will round up. The leaders will round up at 7 p.m. prompt. But no limit to any debate. Proceed, Honorable Daniel Kruma.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the next question is, does abstention count as a vote? Yes. Does abstention count as a vote? If somebody chooses to abstain, can it be counted as a vote? Now listen to the submission. For constitutional amendment under section 108, section 108, an abstention does not count as a yes vote. It does not count as a yes vote, which is clear. Since the Constitution requires affirmative votes equal to the least, to the least 2/3 of equal to at least 2/3 of the total membership, an abstention has exactly the same practical effect as voting neither for or against. It reduces the number of available affirmative votes. Result. Let's say, for instance, we have 149 votes. Out of that 149, 9 absent. 140 present. I mean, 9 abstain. 9 abstain. 140 votes. And we all know indisputable that the threshold of 2/3 majority, as we sit here now, is 100. So out of that 140, 41 vote against. 41 vote against. 9 abstain. And then 99 votes in favor. 99 vote yes. What will be the result? It says the bill fails. The bill fails. Because only 99 affirmative votes were cast. Even though
Honorable Daniel Kruma, please give your source to the clerk of Parliament.
I've done that. I started that one. In fact, that was my first statement. And besides, it's not a debate, Mr. Speaker. With you, it's not a debate.
It's for the records. It's for the records.
Members can ask me, not a non-member.
No, hold on. I'm directing now. I'm the one directing for the source of your information, for the purposes of the answer. And yes,
Mr. Speaker, it's very clear. Where the Constitution demands 2/3 of 1/4 demand, you do not need a source, Mr. Speaker. As an engineer, 2/3 of 149.
That is not the question. What I'm saying is reading the particular material.
He's just trying to explain what the constitution is saying.
It's all right.
He's explaining circumstances that will arise.
No, please. What I'm saying is reading the particular material. Can we have the source of that material? At least for the record. So that others too can read, from that particular source. To be able to
I am bound by your decision. Sometimes I'm reminded.
You have the source.
I'm reminded say I am the rule. You are the rule.
Please give that to the class.
Mr. Clark, take your phone. Open to Google.
Are you referring to Google?
Yes, why not? It's a source. Google is a source.
Yes, take note of that, Mr. Clark. Take note.
Take this.
No, hold on. Take note of that. Yes, take note. That also is a source. It is also a source.
It's a source.
Yes. So give the particular source. Yes.
I will dictate to you, I will invite. Okay. Number 1. Does abstention count as a vote? Just type it. And put question that mind you. You will get the answer. And then follow me as I proceed. But mind you, you are not allowed to say anything. But you are not a member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sending a point of order. Mr. Speaker, when my colleague started his debate, he said he will read from the document and he presented a document to you. That was why he said, and he went further to say, Mr. Speaker, he is quoting an event that took place in Israel. That is the voting of the voting out of the Auditor General. So it's a very important document. We should not be just talking to the guy. We need to prove. We need to have fact. And he said, I have the fact. So we are asking that he present the fact to you, as he said. Thank you. So that's what the speaker asking for.
Everything here for react. Mr. Speaker, we do not wish that this all-important debate is concluded. Let's allow the honorable member to make his point. He is making his point. Allow him to make his point.
Proceed.
Thank you.
But time now, I'm tempted to go to the next point. But
don't take long now.
Now I will read this one. Since the Constitution requires affirmative votes equal to the least 2/3 of the total membership, and abstention has exactly the same practical effect as the voting, neither for none or against. It reduces the number of available affirmative votes. My point here, for the understanding of the public, under section 108, the 2/3 is affirmative votes. Affirmative votes. For instance, out of the 129, out of the 149, the required number is 100. And then yes, 99, accept this, no, 20, abstain, 30. With that mathematics, the result is the bill fails. Because 99 affirmative votes does not satisfy the requirement of section 108. So the bill fails. If after abstinence, the rest of the affirmative votes, 100 votes for years. Then your abstinence, that number of abstinence will just be discarded. It will be discarded whether you are saying or not. I have 400 votes, so it doesn't matter. But if because of abstinence, you cannot get the affirmative vote, then the bill fails. It fails. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I promise to give you a copy of this. I refer to your ruling. After this result.
We are lawmakers, we not to plot today for interpreting process.
What the matter?
No, man, it's not to.
I will send it to law
school. You don't interpret for me.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I cannot read all because of time, but I will mention the key provision which you use as a platform to give your ruling on the removal of the Auditor General.
You don't give President the Speaker to give ruling. You don't do that.
Sir?
No, you don't praise the Speaker.
I don't what?
Continue. Go ahead.
In this ruling, standing on section 119, subsection 9, and section 137, subsection 7 of the Constitution of Sierra Leone, and then subsection 3 of section 13, subsection 3 and subsection 13 of section 29 of the same Constitution of Sierra Leone, you rule that what is stated there is members present and voting. Members present and voting, which implies you even use a car, you use a keke or whatsoever, you use building, just for us to understand, for which we appreciate you. That in a building, for instance, present and voting implies members in the building. Present and voting implies members in the building. That was how that was the platform you stood to give your ruling. But Mr. Speaker, under section 105, section 108, subsection 2, paragraph B, it is completely different, sir. It says members of, not members in. It's completely different. And if you show which, I can give you copy. Tell me.
When you grab a shop of woman, the other tell us so we are not supposed to give you heart. Woman power. I want to clap. Woman power.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, another set of people that represent 100% of this country are Council of Paramount Chiefs. Council of Paramount Chiefs represents 100% of this nation. And if it's politically prudent that you don't offend them. It is politically prudent that you don't offend them. The Council of Paramount Chiefs, I don't need to read because of time. The Council of Paramount Chiefs said they don't need PR system. They prefer first past the post. Council of Paramount Chiefs, presentation. They said they only need first past the post system, not PR system. Mr. Speaker, on that note, what to round up?
Already get PR.
My point.
Why would I refer to PR?
That it is not politically prudent to go against. It is not politically prudent to go against the Interreligious Council of Sierra Leone.
We get PR now,
because they are your biggest constituencies. They are our biggest constituencies. It is not politically prudent to go against the wish or the wishes of our rival Paramount Chiefs because they represent 100% of Sierra Leone. So for political prudence, it is good you listen to them. And this is their submission. I thank you very much and God bless you.
Yes, I just wondered. The leader of the government business was not around. I hung head with his deputy, and then consensusly we agreed that based on the fact that the first two debaters were not affected by SO 38, and the trajectory would prevent other debaters from debating. So minus these first two debaters who are exempted from standing order 38, we want to leave that all other debaters take 30 minutes. If they want to extend it, we understand. If they want to go this room, we can. We have debaters who can go inside the debate for 2 days.
Honourable members, leaders, sit down. Honourable leader of the opposition, I have just ruled that there is going to be no timing. At 7 p.m. prompt, the leaders are going to wrap up. And I gave that ruling after consultation with the leaders. So there's going to be no timing. At 7 p.m. prompt, the leaders are going to wrap up. Yes, Honorable Giba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, at least you just saying so.
Honorable members, today is indeed a historic day in Sierra Leone. We are here to amend the 1991 Constitution. The review or amendment of the 1991 Constitution is one subject matter that both the APC, the SLPP, and all other political parties, civil society, and all inhabitants of Sierra Leone has agreed upon ever since the end of the Korean War. In the Lomé Peace Accord and Agreement, it was recommended that we review the 1991 Constitution. In the TRC recommendation, it was agreed that the 1991 Constitution be reviewed with broader consultation.
Hold on, Honorable Ivan. Honorable members, at this stage, I recognize the presence of Madam Haja Fatmata Kamara. Madam Haja Fatmata Kamara. She is the current Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry and the Deputy National Women's Leader. I also recognize the presence of Honorable Starjego, the former Member of Parliament. I recognize the presence of Mr. John Godomagai, the and I recognize the presence of Dr. Iman Safa Abdullahi. You are all heartily welcome to the House of Parliament. Proceed.
Yes, so, like I said hitherto, this recommendation was made by the TRC, and His Excellency President Ahmad Tijan Kaba actually started taking into cognizance this recommendation and set the first review committee called the Pitatoka Review Committee. That committee put together recommendations, but those recommendations sad to say there was no white paper following that one, and then came His Excellency President Ernest Bai Koroma Today, while I debate, I will say proudly that I'm happy to be debating before my sixth form teacher, Mr. Emmanuel Gaima, who prepared me thoroughly to debate in a public forum like this, and to be debating this constitution in front of Alhaji Yansane, who was the chairman of one of the committees in the Constitutional Review Committee, the Edmond Kawan Constitutional Review Committee, of which I was his deputy chairman. It was an 8-man committee. Dr. Yansane, when you say doctor, it doesn't necessarily mean an academic doctor, was coming from the ABC flank, and I was coming from the SLPP flank. We did extensive consultation right around Sierra Leone. We went district by district. I was with the late Justice Kawan. My duty was to give an overview of the 1991 Constitution in all of those sessions. Went to Kailam, Kenimap, all over Sierra Leone. Civil society organizations, we are called into those meetings. Market women, we are called into those meetings. I mean, apart from the fact that they were also represented in the 80-man constitution committee. We did not only do national consultative meetings. Bayansana will tell you we did international benchmarking. I think Bayansana went to Ghana. Other members went to other African and West African countries to understudy.
No, we don't take it
to understudy the national chairman. I acknowledge him. Somebody
the same thing is
to understudy how important documents like constitutions can be reviewed and amended. The Edmond Kawan committee put together recommendations. And today, some of these recommendations have found their way in this draft bill that we are about to pass into law. One of such recommendations was the reduction of the threshold from 55 to 50 plus 1. That recommendation was then made by the Edmond Kawan committee. Another recommendation that was made by the Edmond Kawan committee was for us to use the PR system as the sole system of electing members of parliament.
In the presence of Dr. Yansane.
Yes.
Thank you.
That one, I will give you some sweet history today that they will agree with me. That one was also captured. The reason why that recommendation did not actually see the light of day for us to have been able to review that constitution was because in the Edmond Kawan recommendation, he did not quite agree with the fact that the word supreme executive authority should be played with. So as a result of that, APC and SLPP were on television, AYB, the clips were there, to a point that APC were saying they were going to unsign their signature. And we were saying, no, you cannot unsign your signature. Having signed this recommendation, you cannot unsign it.
Thank you.
But that was the issue. White paper came out, but they did not take it to another level. Fast forward, the president with the largest appetite for legislative reform took over in 2018. When I say the president with the largest appetite for legislative reform in Sierra Leone, nobody will deny the fact that under him, my brother Honorable Chono Baisia, in the 5th Parliament, we were able to repeal the death penalty. We were able to remove the seditious libel law that is now making all of us to be able to air our views as and when we want to, so long as we are all right, starts where the other person's own ends. I mean, he has been able to ensure that extremely progressive legislations have been enacted by this parliament. The Criminal Procedure Act of 1961 has been reviewed under or repealed and under this administration. Today we are here, like Honorable Hassan Prince normally says, today again we are here under his presidency yearning to have the national constitution that we have all agreed that is problematic in some areas amended. As I debate, I look at this debate from a nationalistic point of view. There are areas, like my colleagues have said, that would definitely agree to disagree. I will start my intervention by the provision of Section 32. What has always been the problem with our 1991 Constitution with regards to the appointment of the Chief Electoral Commissioner and the other commissioners is the fact that most often and again we say there has been some ambiguity with regards the word consultation. In my debate today, I will try as best as possible not to leave the listening populace discombobulated with regards to lawmaking. I will lay these issues very bare. So in the tripartite recommendation, the All People's Congress, I am informed and verily believe that they pushed that in this draft bill, we have what we call a search and nomination committee. But like my honorable brother, my colleague, Honorable Daniel Krumah was saying, the problem we've had, it has been with the word consultation. If we can solve that word consultation without creating another problem with the Constitution, why not try to solve it by perhaps trying to define the word consultation? So much so that anytime that the issue of appointing the Chief Electoral Commission or the Commissioner of PPRC comes up, by that definition, the President will go strictly by that definition and so appoint the Chief Electoral Commissioner or the PPRC Commissioner. Because like you rightly said, I don't want this nation to whittle the powers of the President. Presidency is a very important office in every nation. Let us, because we are enjoying democracy, let us don't push too much that we try to take away all the powers of the president. My brother, Honorable, perhaps if it is the will of God, might be president one day. He will want to have executive powers whereby he will sit in his office and take certain decisions to move this country to another level like President Julius Maada Bio is doing. If we now take away all those powers, that give the office of the president those powers to take the nation from one point to another, then we'll be doing disservice to Sierra Leone and no good to this country.
Somebody said
for me, this bill, I look at it as a bill in good faith. That is what they suggested. This is parliament. These are mere recommendations. We have the right to reject all the recommendations in here and redraft what we want to be called an act of parliament after this. So on this debate, it is my recommendation that we don't go so much towards the issue of having a search committee to recommend people from institutions whose recommendations the president is not bound by. If the president, if the Bar Association recommends Honorable Deval, for example, even though I am a member of parliament, and the president says, no, I am not going to appoint Honorable Deval, what do? He is the president. You are not going to take him to court. He is immune by the 1991 Constitution. And the provisions in the 1991 Constitution gave him powers to appoint the Chief Electoral Commissioner, and it has been like this since 1991 up till today. My lady Christiana Top was appointed under the SLPP government. Exactly. She conducted the election. SLPP lost. Yes. My brother Infa Ali Conte was appointed by President Ernest Bai Krumah. He conducted election. APC lost. So what is the fear? So long as you have somebody full of integrity, full of patriotism, he will do the right thing. So I beseech you today for us to introspect And like my brother Chukwuemeka Taylor was on Truth Media saying today, there is nothing wrong with Section 32. Exactly. The problem we've always had is with the word consultation.
Mistrust.
Let us come together. We are highly educated, dangerously educated members of parliament in this way.
No, radical members.
Let us come together and
no, radical members are dangerously educated. Radical members are dangerously educated.
How many times is this?
One.
Twice. Yeah. So let us come together and define the word consultation. Like the learned Attorney General said, if we are to succeed in passing this elections-related provisions, the broader constitutional amendment or review process will commence. That will take me, that has actually covered Section 32 and Section 34, where we are saying there should be a search and nomination committee in the appointment of the Chief Electoral Commissioner and the Chairman of EPLC. Now I will come to the threshold. I want us to reason out of the box. I really want us to reason out of the box. We are saying 55% or else you go to a runoff. And my colleague, Honorable Daniel Groma, was saying 50% does not assure you of a broader of a spread of support across the country. Will you be assured of having a spread across the country if you go for a second round and you get 30% simple majority and win? Because during second round, you are no longer going for 55%.
Exactly.
During second round, even if you get 10%, if there is voter apathy and less than 80% of those who voted for the first round decide not to vote for the second round, and the 20% who voted in the second round, you get 5% of that one, and other political parties get 3%, you have already secured the presidency. So can that assure you of a spread across the country?
Take a man for me.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. So what we are trying to say, all across the world, 21st century democracies, 55% is so much of a high threshold. As APC recommended, and I am supporting, you know, the best of my friends are on that side, on the side of the APC. No, I always tell people, the ones that I drink soft drink, go out and come back and drink again. My brothers, they are on that side. Let us agree, like you recommended in the Edmund Cowan recommendation, in the tripartite recommendation, for us to go by 50.1. Let us don't shift the goalpost again because we are on camera. If you stick by your position, if you stick by your position in front of your supporters, by your decision during your NAC meeting, because this is a meeting you agreed on at NAC, that yes, you agreed to the 50+1. Now that you are in front of the entire Sierra Leonean population, please don't shift. Please let them understand that this is representative. Mr. Speaker.
I want him not to misinform the public. NAC never accepted. I'm just making
I told the leader of government to ignore. You to ignore, you have enough time to debate. Take note of all the issues and address the nation, please.
Can somebody say we go?
Proceed, proceed.
Let me recapitulate what I just said. Allow me to recapitulate. I am informed and verily believe that this is the position you've taken. It was your position in the Edmund Cowan constitutional review and recommendation. It is your position in the tripartite recommendation. No one on that side can deny that one. that you recommended that we go by 50.1 plus that is a 5%. Yes. Say you know this day, and I will take my seat if you did not do so. So now that we are on camera, we are before the Sierra Leonean people. Let us stick by those positions that we took during the Edmund Kawan constitutional review recommendation and the recommendation. I assure you that if we do that, the Sierra Leonean populace will respect us. Let us don't play politics with this document. We are shouting.
Confuse the fathers. What the father go take decision? Say they.
So, Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I will beseech my colleagues.
Abdullah, they confuse the father.
To go by.
You want to be national chairman?
The 50+1.
Be true to
in the constitution as well. The rationale that a political party should have 20%, a 3/3 of the district, existing district, is not included. I want to make my point to say I will ask my colleagues, members of parliament, not to countenance that provision. We can still do well by taking out that district proportion, that proportion of votes across the country by district for political party to win presidency. But let's stick with the 50+1, thereby reducing the threshold for all the reasoning goes in favor of one. The likelihood of a candidate winning elections at first ballot is far greater than us pegging it at 55%. My research has shown that no political party has ever won an election at first go by this 55% threshold. President Ahmed Tijan Kaba went to a runoff with Caritas Month of blessed memory. President Ahmed Tijan Kaba, after he worked assiduously in his second term and won the confidence of people, that was when he got 76%, a percentage that no other president has ever got. President Ernest Bai Koroma did not get 55% during his first inning. He had to go for a runoff with Vice President Solomon Ekuma Berewa, and he won at second poll. President Julius Maada Bio did not get 55% as first inning. He had to go for a runoff. But like I am saying, I submit here today that if we reduce it to 50%, the likelihood of somebody like we are going into a 2028 election where the incumbent is not going for a second term, all political parties are yearning to start a fresh term, the likelihood of winning at that election at first round is far greater than the 55% threshold. And if we can conduct such an election and the political party wins it at one go, this country will be saving nothing less than $50 to $60 to $100 million. Yes. Because the money that will be put in conducting runoff elections will be saved and expended on much needed national development issues. So, with that point, I will again implore you for us to look at this threshold. This is not a threshold where they are saying APC is on lane 1, SLPP is on lane 4. APC and SLPP we are all on lane 1. It depends on how you can pay. APC, if you can pay very well and at first ballot you get 50+1, that is it. No need for a runoff, and we'll make all the gains and save all the money. Time is really very precious. Mr. Timbo, Honorable Timbo knows that I am a court man. I love practicing. So that 14 days window period that they will give to campaign, Honorable Timbo and myself will be in court doing what we know to do best. So I beseech you. Now to the PR system. There is a lady that I'm really proud of. I must say, There is a lady on that side, I think it's Honorable Aminata Sisi. She is a good debater. Honorable Aminata is one of the finest Sierra Leonean debaters. You know, in this country where something is good, say so. I am sure Honorable Aminata will not have back in the work of Parliament if not for the PR system. I am sure. That's my view. It is my view. No, please allow me to express my view. So what has the PR system done? The PR system has assured us of full female participation at a very constant level in Parliament. So His Excellency the President, I always say those legal advisors, thank you Mr. Attorney General, those people that advise the President on legal issues are doing a good job. President Julius Maada Bio knows that this constitution is a ground norm. This constitution by section 171 subsection 15 supersedes the Giwe Bill. We can come today and say we are just going to repeal repeal the Giwe Bill. But if we legislate a 30% women quota in this constitution, it becomes very difficult for any president to just come and throw it aside. President Joe Biden's legacy of seeing women participating in national space, national politics, secure. He does not want to do such a marvelous job, and when President Deval comes, President Deval says, no, I am going to throw it in the dustbin because it is not being legislated. So he is asking that we bring it into the national constitution so that women are even more secure. With the caveat that even when a woman dies, another woman takes its seat. What are the advantages of PR system like properly canvassed by the Attorney General Minister of Justice? During one particular by-election, I think it was the by-election of Honorable, it's Zaina Kano constituency 10. Somebody lost his life. Yes, the by-election for Honorable Hawa Safa, somebody lost his or her life. For the one in constituency 10, I was the legal representative for those that they arrested. In the by-election at Godrich, we know what happened. In the by-election of Honorable Nabokai, somebody lost his eye in Kaila Hotel. I mean, in this country, in the by-election in Zimi, somebody lost his life. As the growth progresses, so does civility or civilization set in. We are but a set of civilized people. Why should we go killing one another for political office? And most often and again, the people that are killed are not the ones that contest the election. Have you ever heard that the first past the post candidate was killed? It has never happened. Those that were killed, those that were wounded, those that were stolen were our supporters. So we are asking that with PR system, we better protect our supporters. That chaotic atmosphere, wherein they will be exposed to losing their lives, losing their eyes, sight, and the like. If we legislate the PR system, which in itself is not a strange provision, it is already part of our constitution. Section 38A was legislated to include PR system in this constitution. And I will tell you, all of those conditions that Honorable Daniel Kroma was trying to canvass, trying to make it even more discombobulated for listeners, there is no explanation for 38A to come into effect. There is none. 38A is a provision as much as any other provision. You can either use first past the post system or in the alternative use 38A. For what Emon Kaman and Justice Emon Kaman constitutional review recommendation and a committee that was set up by His Excellency President Ernest Bai Kroma, former, the committee that he set up,
that
the APC-led government set up agreed upon, that the proportional representation be the sole system of general election to turn in members of parliament. Why do you want to change from that position? Why? Very much. This is the position that you people put forward. It was not put forward by the SLPP Constitutional Review Committee. The 8-man Constitutional Review Committee was put together by President Ernest Bai Koroma. People spent their resources, their time. Alhaji Hassane will tell you, legal jurists like Justice Bernard Thompson, Justice Tola Thompson of blessed memory, Justice Brahma, all of us, we were there in that committee. And at the end of it, we were handsomely rewarded in loans. Taxpayers' money. Oh yes! For all of those that sat through that committee, UNDP ensured that we were properly taken care of. Do we want to throw all of those taxpayers' money in the dustbin because today we are on that other side? This is the that we want. This is that today SLPP will stand on this position when APC is in governance. We shift our position. You recommended it. Please, I beseech you. Stick by your position. I think we don't go now.
I want a 6GC. You want him
today?
I will never confuse the party.
When I was listening to Truth Media, I think my elder brother Joseph Fichira Kamara was there. There was this argument that Poti, Talbatown, blah, does not have a member of parliament. I normally say that argument for anybody that puts it forward is a little sheepish. It is a little sheepish in the form that with the PL system, when we say we are going by the district block system, the district becomes the constituency. Unless if you tell me that Poti is not part of the western area district as distributed. So let me give you an example for Kailahun district, for example. I am representing Kailahun district. So even if 5 of the MPs have their houses in Kailahun town, anybody in Kwendu or in Shebema, you will not say you are not represented because Kailahun district is the constituency. Your argument to say the people will have to vote directly for their members of parliament. As you sit over there, are you sitting there at your own behest? No, you are sitting there at the behest of the ruling government that you represent. If you do good as a member of parliament, the positive ramification reflects on APC. The symbol that you are representing belongs to the All People's Congress. You cannot use that symbol as and when you want. So under the PL system, it is the political party that takes the responsibility, that puts forward its candidate, and the electorate look at the policies of the political party, vote for those policies, and then those people who have been charged with the responsibility to represent that political party on the list, district by district, come to represent the people. So you cannot say
hold on, SO52. Political party. Political party. Political party.
SO52. I want to suspend SO52. So if you just allow me comments, I want honorable to continue eating.
I so second, Mrs. Speaker. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay.
Never continue your lectures. Somebody say political party.
I want to be on record. I want to be on record that I am the proponent of the PL system. It is not because I cannot win the first past the post. I won landslide in my constituency, but for the interest of Sierra Leone, for patriotism, in the interest of development, for our people, because of the type of economy we have, how long can we continue spending monies on my elections? And again, to crown it all, I would love my wife to come to Parliament under the PRC. The PRC system will give my daughter a greater chance to come to Parliament. Let me give you an example. Women, say what you may.
They are women.
The days of Adam and Eve, we are very strong. It is said in the Bible that our counterpart, the old agenda, was brought onto this world through our ribs. So when we are competing with our female counterpart, there is every possibility that our power in power, our economic power in power will be far greater than theirs.
Former pastor, listen.
If it is first past the post system, we have better opportunities to organize violence than women. But guess what? Women are more meticulous and better performers in most of the offices than women. So if you want Sierra Leone to go to another level, I beseech you, let us give 10 hands to the ideology of President and Julius Maada Bio in ensuring that women have a safer space in participating in politics.
Safe participation.
And was also a he for she. Yes. I am sure if he had got this idea, he would have done it as well. They normally used to say action past intention. President Julius Maada Bio put into effect the action. He had the intention, but President Julius Maada Bio actually put it into action. All the reasons, all the reasons why we now have women. When I normally sit and I see my lady sister, Honorable Bernadette Poya Kasonga representing Sierra Leone, out of Sierra Leone, only God knows the feeling that I get. When I sit down and I see Honorable Aminata Sise arguing vigorously on AYV, challenging men, putting her point, canvassing her point, I would say yes, that's the lady. Another time. Okay, she is very good at what she does on the media, and we want women to take their space without fear of favor.
Does she look like Oye?
Oh no. So Mr. Speaker, honorable members, so I will break my indulgence. Even with the PR system, it creates for deeper representation of political parties all across the country. Do you people know that APC have a councillor in Kailam?
Yes. In Kenya too.
They have in Kenya. They have in Bo. I will bet you if you can pass the post system, APC was not going to have a councillor in Kailam. So the PR system gives you the better and deeper representation of political parties. The APC councillor sits as the chairman of the finance committee. They plan how the Kailam District Council runs. We in Kailam did not say because we are APC, we are not going to give you a conspicuous committee. So let us put our hands together. All the reason why we believe that in Sierra Leone, we are one country and one people.
Say one people.
Honorable AKK is my in-law.
Say one people. Say one people.
One people. One people. Honorable Adlatibo is my brother.
Who is Honorable AKK?
But don't react, Mr. Leader.
Come here.
You have an height. Don't go below that height.
So, Honorable Abikago, the two of us share the same mother. If I go to Lunge today to mom, I will eat even better than Honorable Abikago. See, the sisters, Christiana and the like. So we are all but one people in one country. When we look at this document from a nationalistic point of view, the better for Sierra Leone. One of my role models and mentor in the legal profession is Honorable Chono Ampla. When we were reading law, Honorable the Attorney General will tell you, those days when we come to Roland Wright, when we see them so well dressed, The moment we meet Mr. Rice came and we go to study because we wanted to be like them.
Next year, they go out.
We wanted to be like them. So that is how small this space of ours is. Who tells you that Honorable Zainab Katri will not be a candidate on the SLPP list? It is possible. Let me tell you again.
Ask your man remember to debate the bill, not to debate personality. When we in this particular debate, we debate the bill to our fingertips. We are not debating individuals. Let him debate the bill.
The Honorable was not debating an individual. He was making a point for the PR system.
Don't indulge my learned friend, and as you know, he had a distinct
Comatose! The great comatose!
Somebody say possible.
As Sierra Leoneans, we should be looking at politics. As Sierra Leoneans, we should be looking at politics from politics.
You have the mic. Hold on.
The mic is off.
No, you have the mic. Put the mic up.
Outside.
What are you doing? If you got his mic here, I'll be on
As Sierra Leoneans, we should be looking at politics from political manifesto and ideology point of view. Politics is a game of ideas, not a game of trying to outsmart another. In America, when President Obama contested and Colin Powell, who was a Republican, realized that Obama had a better message, Colin Powell said, I was going to support Obama even though I do not belong to the political party that Obama belongs to. That is how I look forward to us practicing politics. That is how I look forward to us practicing politics. To section 42. To section 42. I will debate to say, sorry, Honorable Mohammed Bangura, that the idea of independent candidates will weaken political party participation, like Honorable Daniel Kroma said, because what history has taught us in Sierra Leone is the fact that most often and again, we put ourselves forward for flag bearership slot in our different political parties, thinking that we are fit and proper people for those positions. But the moment we lose those slots, the next thing that comes to our idea is how do we destroy that political party that did not give me the symbol? So all of those people that used to support us will go and create another political party, drag them to that political party, knowing fully well that we are not going to win, but that we have the chance to destroy the political party under which we have been and did not win the symbol. If we really want to have proper democracy practice, we should have what we call game spirit. When you lose, like President Bio once said in politics, if you don't get what you want, don't leave the institution. Go sit down in your corner, cry, wait again, better days to come. Better days to come. I was telling somebody today to say I have been national officer for the Sierra Leone People's Party since 2011. And I have been involved in the thick and thin of internal electioneering process. My elder brother, Honorable Matthew Numa, in 2012, contested again to be given the SLPP symbol. We went to Kenema to conduct that election. He did not get the symbol. He did not leave the party. Where is he today, leader of government business? It is game spirit. If Honorable Matthew Numa had left to go independent,
his chances of being leader of government business would have been infinitesimal as at the time that he got it. So let us discourage the idea of having independent candidates contesting for presidency. The office of the president is not a child's play office where anybody can get up from anywhere and say, no, I am going to contest as an independent candidate. We are asking that you belong to a formidable political institution. Be a member of PDP Sobe. Be a member of APC. Be a member of SLPP. So long as it's a political party that has met the benchmark and standards of a political party with offices all across the regions in Sierra Leone, you will be put forward as a presidential candidate of that political party and you will contest. If you don't want to join any of the political parties, go and form a new political party, meet all the requirements, you will have your political party and you will contest as a candidate of that political party. On that point also, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member, I do not quite support the idea that smaller political parties, as recommended in Section 21, that we amend the Political Parties Registration Act, thereby amending Section 35 of the 1991 Constitution to deregister smaller political parties that do not win local government or national election in 2 successive elections. I beseech my colleagues for us not to go down that path. If we go down that path, we will be killing political party participation in the democratic space. What makes democracy sweeter is when 50-60 political parties contest and one person emerges. The fact that you are a political party, you can fund your election, you can campaign all around the country, your name can be on the ballot paper, you should not be stopped from doing that because you did not win the presidency or a councillor seat. Who says after the first 2 times that you've been deregistered, you will not be that popular? Like West Ham will be as popular as winning the Premiership. There were times when West Ham as a team was not popular. It was Manchester United, Manchester City. But over time, they bought better players and they become very popular and now they can compete at that level. So I beseech you that we don't kill smaller political parties and that I implore you for us when we are voting during that stage that we discountenance that particular provision. Down to the area of filing in petition. You know, I am a lawyer of no means standing. I have practiced this law for 24 years now and still counting. For those of us that have been in election petition cases, particularly at presidential level, we will tell you that to collect election petition evidence is not a day's play, it's not a child's play. There is no way you can collect evidence and present it before the Supreme Court within 3 days after an election ends. Honorable Thibault will tell you. Because when you are coming to the Supreme Court, it's not the magistrate court. You have to be convincing. Your evidence has to be intact. So, if an election is conducted on the 5th of June, you have to be able to get what you think is a malpractice in Kailam, in Krobo, in Samabedugu, collect all in an affidavit form and file it. And besides, when we are making laws, we should make laws that are in sync with other laws that we have made. If you look at the Elections Petitions Act, the Election Petitions Act, which is predominantly the act that we normally use in bringing election petitions in court, it says you have 7 days from the date of the announcement of the election result. 7 days, I think, is but fair. Within 7 days, you should have been able to collect the election result. And when we say days, for us lawyers, Honorable Daniel Nkrumah is very proud of being one, and he's a good one. Holidays and weekends we call as known days. So when we say 7 days, we mean 7 judicial days, Monday to Friday, Monday to Friday. Weekends are normally not counted if you go by the Interpretation Act. So I will say 7 days is but fair. Let's stick at 7 days, and when we get to that stage, I entreat you, implore you, beseech you to get rid of the 3-day recommendation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, when I was first elected member of parliament, all I thought about was me being sworn in this house. I even wanted to be sworn in the next day. To say when a presidential candidate, a president-elect wins his election, he waits for 7 days until the Chief Justice declares that an election petition has been filed, an election petition has failed before that president can be sworn in. No, sir, I beg to differ. Election petitions can be ongoing while the country has a president seated. To have those of us that have gone down memory lane, political history lane, 1 hour is too dangerous to delay in swearing in your president in a country like Africa. 1 hour, let alone 7 days. I am recommending that once a president is elected and the Chief Electoral Commissioner of NIC certifies together with the other commissioners that this president has been declared a winner, the Chief Justice swears in that president almost immediately, whilst we await election petitions being filed and determined. For those of us that are legal jurists that follow international judicial politics, in Kenya, an election result was announced, the judiciary sat, looked into the case, and declared that the person who was declared the winner was not the winner. The winner was sworn in. The Supreme Court is a very powerful court. In fact, it's the last court. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, so on that point, I am asking that we look at the law from that point of view. What happens if you are waiting for 7 days, and within that 7 days, may the law forbid left and left, SO2, left and commodity? If left and commodity, it has brought the entire nation to a standstill, because that entire election, those resources spent, all standing in the queue to go and vote, because of left and commodity. The person who succeeds in the left and SO2 is going to govern us. But if the president-elect is sworn in immediately, he has authority over the military, over the police, constitutional authority to take care of any eventuality to protect the lives and property of Sierra Leoneans. Mind you, we don't have transitional provisions in Sierra Leone. So once the president-elect has been declared, the powers of the president that was on seat becomes whittled. Even the forces now look at the president-elect as the one that they will be taking instructions from. So if you take 7 days in giving him that actual power, in giving instructions as per his authority, I think you will be exposing the Sierra Leonean population to danger. On the issue of amendments, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I know we have brilliant legal jurists in this house. We have been debating Section 108. A good number of people hold the view that for every provision in the Constitution to be amended, you have to have a 2/3 majority.
I at this stage recognize the presence of Honorable Abraham Bundu. Where is he? I think he's somewhere around. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I stand here, I will say, as they call them in America, as a professor of law that lectures constitutional law. And the one who has a PhD in law, Dr. Emmanuel Safabula, is here, will agree with me or not. It is my view, and I will opine, that it is only entrenched clauses that calls for a 2/3 majority. Entrenched clauses. I ask anybody to challenge me either in the Supreme Court or we test the law. When you look at section 108(2), it says a bill of act of parliament under this section. It did not say this constitution. It said this section. It went forward to highlight all the provisions that are entrenched clauses. And when you come down to subsection 7, it reads, no act of parliament shall be deemed to be amended, add or repeal or in any way alter any of the provisions of this constitution unless it is done in express term. That provision made reference to the constitution, but 108 is making specific reference to this section, and when it says this section, it is making reference to section 108, and it had highlighted all the provisions in the constitution that are entrenched clauses with unique procedure as to how you amend it. One of that unique provision is you cannot amend an entrenched clause without a 2/3 majority, and second reading you cannot amend it without 2/3 majority at third reading, and you cannot amend it without going to referendum or without having the signature of the speaker. The procedure is laid there. This can be a legal academic argument. I have the Solicitor General here present. I have my lecturer in drafting at the law school here present. I trigger that debate today, that legal debate. That when it is a non-entrenched clause, you don't need a 2/3 majority, because this has been the vote in this house for the longest of time. Since the 5th Parliament down to the 6th Parliament, we hold the view that if you want to amend even a non-entrenched clause, you must have a 2/3 majority. I want to say, as a lecturer of constitution and law, that is not the case. So, for example, let us assume, yes, it is my position. It is my position that if the provision is a non-entrenched provision, you don't need a 2/3 majority, you only need a simple majority. For example, if this bill had in section 85 and 87 that are entrenched clauses, there would have been no need for a 2/3 majority. Because the bill has entrenched clauses, yes, there is a provision for us to go through all of those procedures as laid down in section 108 subsection 2. Because if we don't get it right, then as a people, we will continue applying the wrong procedure, the wrong law. That the wrong thing has been done over years does not mean it cannot be corrected. Right from my 5th form days, I was taught that when the constitution, when the provision is a non-entrenched provision, it's a simple majority. Mr. Emmanuel Gaima here taught me government at 640.
By clause.
So I have provoked that argument. I know Supreme Court judges will be listening.
Give up. Give up. Give up. Give up. Give up.
Mr. Speaker,
I will go back to the clause reading. Clause by clause interpretation. Hold it back.
The legal consult. Now share.
lend me your ears so that I cannot
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will try to recapitulate this very sensitive issue because I saw my brother and learned colleague, Honorable Dana Koma, even try to subtly cast some aspersion on the last voting results, an issue that I will come to. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we lawyers, when we practice in court, we go by authority. The authority on this issue, the authorities are all found in section 108, and I will read it and make emphasis. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, section 108, the side note says, alteration of this constitution. Then it says, subject to the provision of subject to the provisions of this section. Emphasis 9. Subject to the provisions of this section, Parliament may not alter the Constitution. 2. Yes, this order. 2. A bill for an act of Parliament under this section. Emphasis 9 again. Under this section shall not be passed by Parliament unless A. Before the first reading of the bill in Parliament, the text of the bill is published in not less than of the Gazette. The bill is published in not less than 2 issues of the Gazette. Provided that not less than 9 days shall elapse between the final publication of the bill in the Gazette and the second publication. B. The bill is supported on the second and third reading by the votes of not less than 2/3 of members of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act of Parliament creating a new constitution or altering any of the following provisions of this constitution, that is to say, section 3, chapter 3, and it now listed all the enjoined clauses. My point is, so long as the provision is an enjoined clause, you cannot pass it unless you have 2/3 majority. But if the clause is a non-enjoined clause, you can amend that clause without getting a 2/3 majority. This is as elementary as O-level government.
Don't pass. Everyone are patient. We know which days.
Give out.
attention of Mr. Speaker, so don't worry, welcome me there. We don't want to put another pass GCO.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, time is not in our favor. Mr. Speaker, time is not in our favor.
Honorable Gebal, proceed. Oh, is he done?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not done.
He has not started. Just hold on.
Mr. Speaker, I am not done. No, Mr. Speaker, no. Mr. Speaker, I am not done. Mr. Speaker, for those who were around during the 1991 Constitution, Dr. Abdullah Conte took this floor for over 3 hours. When you know law, you don't fall short of ideas. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, so I entreat this House, anytime that we are amending a non-entrenched clause, that we don't go down the path of asking for a 2/3 majority. We will be going against the very spirit of this Constitution. If we are not sure of it, let us ask the Supreme Court for interpretation of Section 108. You guys don't need to be agitated. You don't need to be agitated. Honorable Daniel Koma debated from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Okay? Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will now avert my mind to Section 76. Section 76, the 1991 Constitution, under the side note amendment of Section 76 of the Act, under 14. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Section 76 is asking, under the 1991 Constitution, if you have a dual citizenship, you are automatically disqualified to be nominated or elected as a member of parliament. But today, like we have agreed, both APC and SLPP, that we are going to be nationalistic. I know there are a very good number of our brothers on the APC bench and on the SLPP bench who gave birth to their children in the western part of the globe. Some have children in Canada, America, England, as the case might be.
Some in Ghana.
Do you want to deprive your child of the right to participate in elective democracy because he studied in America? It is so disadvantageous, Mr. Speaker, that when we want our young boys to come and play for us, we say come and take Sierra Leonean passport and go play as a professional. I was chairman for sport. 40% of our national players live in the diaspora. When we want them to come and play for Sierra Leone, we will not say no, you were born in America, you were born in England, you were born in Canada. The moment they say this young man's mother is a Sierra Leonean, the father is a Sierra Leonean, but was born in America, we will approach the parents to say, can you please avail your son to come and play for the Osa? Dr. Emmanuel Safadula is here, he holds a team. And when those kids come, we give them our passport, they play for us, they make us proud. Why would we deprive them of participating in elective democracy because they were born outside, or because they have gone to study, or because they have gone to seek greener pasture? Honestly speaking, when I went to the United Kingdom to study in 2005, if they had given me the opportunity to give me a British citizenship, I was going to take it. Because it would have made life easy for me out there. Who wants to be under hardship? Who wants to be in another man's country and not go to work freely? But getting those opportunities does not deprive you of their right in their country. We can have safeguards to these issues. We can say, for example, if you own a dual citizenship and you want to contest for a general election, you should have resided in Sierra Leone perhaps 2 years leading to the election. You should have been paying tax in Sierra Leone perhaps 1 year leading to the election. But to just say you are not qualified to be a member of parliament and cannot be qualified to be appointed a minister, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I think we will be depriving ourselves of the much needed experience that our brothers have out there. Some of them are medical doctors, some of them are engineers, some of them are experts in other areas, who we can appoint as ministers, and they can come and perform very well and add value to our development. So I beseech all of us members of parliament that we see our brothers in the diaspora as one of ours.
Thank you.
They are not aliens. They are Sierra Leoneans.
Hang on it.
Let us open the space.
Hang on
it's like the legal profession. People normally say lawyers are plenty. Yeah. A good legal professional, a good lawyer does not care whether there are 100 million lawyers. Your own briefs will always come your way and you win your own cases. The stars are so many up there, you don't need to prove one man's stars down for yours to shine. So let us open the democratic space. Let our brothers come with some caveat. Let them participate in our democracy. I always tell people to say, if you say Geva holds a dual citizenship, honestly, you cannot prove it. In law, we say you as that must prove. If you say Geva has a dual citizenship, go to the American government and tell them to give you the data that I have an American passport. You will never prove it. Why do you have to have a law on paper that you cannot put into effect? It is like the law for bigamy. I have never seen a successfully prosecuted bigamous case in Sierra Leone. I have never seen somebody sent to prison for bigamy. But the law is there. We just keep it there because we want it to be there to scare ourselves. To say if you have a wife, you cannot take another wife. You understand? So I am saying, we open the space. We pass this law for our brothers and sisters, our children that are being born outside, that are yearning to come back to Sierra Leone, to come and participate in whatever area that they wish to participate, be it in the judiciary, be it in the executive, be it in the legislature. They are Sierra Leoneans. Please, let us open the space. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, on this same issue, when we definitely come to legislate of issues of citizenship, both the Edmond Cowan recommendation and the white paper under President Julius Maada Bio, take cognizance of the fact that there has to be a special chapter on citizenship. We need it. We need a special chapter on citizenship wherein we don't start seeing each other as aliens. I know my colleagues are itching to debate, some to respond to what I have said earlier, but in conclusion, I will just recapitulate some of the areas that I have very eloquently elucidated on. One, that we secure the gains that President Julius Maada Bio has done by legislating the Giwe Bill and having it incorporated in this constitution. I will assure you, my brothers on the other side, on the APC side, if you go against women's rights being legislated in this constitution, they are going to chase you because they form 52 or 53% of our population. Let us don't discriminate against them because they are women. They are even asking us for 50%. And if they are together, what is wrong with it? But we have not given them 50%. We are just saying, let us still continue with the 30%. It's a game that all the international bodies have given accolade to President Julius Maada Bio for legislating on. And whatever positive accolade that our president gets, that positive accolade is an accolade to all of us in Sierra Leone.
So let us consolidate this game. Let us also look at this issue of consultation, have it defined, and move away from this search and nomination committee. Let us agree on the PR system, thereby making politics and political landscape less toxic. The days of barbarism is over in politics. All the reason why you can now see a 25-year-old young man coming to parliament. Ask Honorable Alpha Khan. In those days, you hardly see a 30-year-old man venturing in politics. It is because civilization has now started entering into the realm of politics. Let us maintain that one. That area of sitting to plan, I am going to throw feces at the doors of my counterpart tomorrow, just so that I outsmart it. Let politics be a game of ideas and ideology. Put your own ideology, I put my ideology. Like the SLPP is going to win the 2028 election based on their handiwork. We on this side believe that based on what we have done, both human development, infrastructure, and the like, when we put our scorecard there, when we put the scorecard of President Julius Maada Bio there, you go to Kailam, where they've never been getting electricity. Now they get 24 hours electricity. You go to Kisikamadia, a chiefdom that never used to get electricity, now getting electricity. Go to Kabbalah, they now get electricity. Kono, Bo, Kanima, Moyama, and Makeni. When we put our scorecard there, honorable members, all of you cannot help, maybe perhaps to follow the line, to say, I am proud of SLPP. I would love my name to be on the SLPP PR list. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to say thank you for giving me this space to debate, and I look forward to us voting and passing this legislation. Thank you.
After Honorable Timbo, we go to Honorable Mohamed Bangura. After Honorable Timbo, Honorable Mohamed Bangura. But this house is still down for 15 minutes. So that we freshen up.
Not just mute.
This power bank is for charging. Everybody go. Everybody go. Power bank is for charge. You put that. Yeah, they got a phone. When you zoom out, the picture will blow.
To that extent, the quality drop. It's time for change. Change as
Ali.
Boys, now you, who are they? No, this is the battle. Yeah, I don't know. Still a charge.
Yes, thank you.
Now, concrete, Ali, where I talk my this no say this thing, you know they can. Oh, now you there. If they put their own, the church and that's the way they are. Oh, I'm not going to come. If you take care, hold on to it. Wow. You know the camera, but the camera don't
Professor, it's an apple.
Dr. Ibrahim Bangurade.
Oh, Ghana.
For the news we dey around, log into Liberty TV online. Positively we bring the change, they get the masses involved. Staffs them everywhere, everywhere. We climb the mountain just to get the news. We go down the slums to get the views. Hi yeah, voices come. Credibility, now we ability news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, that's a get the power. You count on me, you count on me anyhow. Give you the news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. Human them, girl begin the second power. You can call on me, count on me anyhow. Liberty we ride, like an eagle we fly. Liberty TV day before. We climb the mountain just to get the news. Go down the slums to get the views. Hi yeah, voices down. Hi yeah, give you the news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, that's a get the power. You count on me, you count on me anyhow. Give the news, give the view, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl begin, let's get the power. You call on me, count on me anyhow. You speak free and fearless, inclusive journalism. Speak free and fearless, inclusive journalism. For the news we dey around, log into Liberty TV online. Positively we bring the change, they get the masses involved. Staffs them everywhere, everywhere. We climb the mountain just to get the news. We go down the slums to get the views. Hi yeah, voices come. Credibility, now we ability news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, that's a get the power. You count on me, you count on me anyhow. Give you the news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. Human them, girl begin the second power. You can call on me, count on me anyhow. Liberty we ride, like an eagle we fly. Liberty TV day before. We climb the mountain just to get the news. Go down the slums to get the views. Hi yeah, voices down. Hi yeah, give you the news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, let's get the power. You count on me, you count on me anyhow. Give the news, give the view, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl begin, let's get the power. You can call on me, count on me anyhow. You speak inclusive journalism. Oh, oh, oh.